on topics, whether conscious or cosmic. It's never nonsense, mega levels are microscopic. It's a Killah Priest project, AD control the rocket. Before we land the plane, many things we engage and explain. The unexplained, without mask. Welcome to the Killah Priest podcast. Killah Priest podcast. Yo, 1 2 1 2. Yo, it's gonna be an exciting show today. Man, as you see, man, it's gonna be great, man. Welcome to the Killah Priest Podcraft. I'm your host, Killah Priest, Iron Sheik from the Middle East. Over there running the rock is none other than AD Dizzle.
Yeah, what's good? Welcome back.
Yo, man, we got crazy guests in the building today, right here. Sit with me. My man, Alexander Sachon. What's up, my bro? What's good?
What's up, man?
And returning to the Podcraft once again is Mitch Horowitz. What's up?
Great to be here. Good to see y'all, and welcome to everyone.
Yo, this is gonna be great, man. But first, let me say this, man. You know, I've been mourning right now, and we want to send out condolences. And I know if y'all didn't hear the news yet, that Power, the co-founder of the whole Wu-Tang and Wu-Wear, has transited with the ancestors. I just want to read this. It's Oliver Power Grant. He was an entrepreneur. He was born November 3rd, 1973. And his son has set February 23rd, 2026. And I've been dealing with that all day long. So, you know what I mean? Y'all just help me out. This is going to still be a great show. But yes, Power has passed and Method Man has delivered the message. Condolences to the family and everybody. Yeah. So, man, what's good with you, man?
Yo,
what's
man.
good with both of y'all, man? Yeah, what's
Thanks
good?
for having me.
Yeah.
I'm excited to chop it up about Manly P. Hall.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting, man. Tell me, when did you first get into Manly?
It's kind of a long story. I don't know how wide you want to go, but
Yeah.
I mean, basically, I found Manly Hall about midway through a kind of lifelong project I was embarking on, which I'm still embarking on, which is to unravel the mysteries of human history, human society, human civilization. And my academic background is in the social sciences. So that's how I started off this quest, like in school and university. But then, you know, I got out and I just felt like an inner drive. Like a lot of people who dedicate themselves to something, you feel a calling to do it. So I felt that. And I just worked on it. And then at a certain point, you know, the social sciences, when it comes to the fundamental questions, they kind of break down and how deep they're able to go. So some of the more profound issues, particularly when you're getting into consciousness studies and things like that, you have to go into philosophy. So I started to get into philosophy at a certain point.
Yeah.
And pretty soon after starting to get into esotericism, I started studying Helena Blavatsky and the Theosophy movement. And that was something I studied for about 2 years. And for anybody who's read Helena Blavatsky, it's very complicated. And she's not a native English speaker, so she writes these really thick books and they're kind of meandering. But I was doing my best to try to put together like the fundamental ideas, and but kind of struggling somewhat. It's difficult material. And I had seen Manly Hall just kind of pop up in my orbit, you know? And initially when I saw his name, I was like, that's interesting, but I'm so deep into Blavatsky, I'm still trying to understand this. I kind of put it to the side. And then for whatever reason, one day, I can't remember if I read a lecture or I got a book and started actually reading his material, but it was like almost immediately I was like, oh, this guy is the master teacher. And all the things I was struggling to understand, he was explaining in very simple language, and and you could really tell he had a mastery of the material, but the way he presented it was so friendly and so accessible. So once I discovered like the greatness of him,
Right.
and once I really felt the impact of like how much I was learning from reading him, I kept going deeper and deeper and deeper. And at a certain point, I was like, let me just pause everything else and just do like a really deep dive on Manly Hall. And the thing is, he has so much material that it's been years and years of this deep dive. So I kept going, and the material I was learning from him, I was applying, and he was helping me so much with the work I was doing, not just understanding Blavatsky, but part of this larger project to understand, civilization. So yeah, I kept going, and I eventually ended up writing a book about him, which it started off as a Substack and podcast series, and I turned it into a book, and now I'm doing a rewrite and doing an expanded version of that. So I didn't bring that copy because I'm doing this rewrite of it. So when that new edition's done, I want to share it with you.
Okay.
And but I also have one more book that I published last year by him, which is a collection of 10 of his lectures that I love, and I take each of those lectures and they're abridged, meaning they're cut down and shortened, and I have them organized into sections, and I offer commentary throughout and try to explain his ideas, because his lectures are like 2 hours long each, and there's just so much material, it can sometimes be hard to unravel the whole thing. So that's what I do. I also have a podcast called The Wisdom Tradition. I analyze a lot of Manly Hall's material in that. And so yeah, that's kind of like my intro to Manly Hall.
Okay. So how did you run across our other guest over here, Mitch Horowitz?
I've actually been aware of Mitch pretty early on. When I started learning about Manly Hall, I saw some of Mitch, I saw some of your talks and lectures about him, and I became aware that it was you that was actually responsible for, I guess back when you worked in the publishing industry, popularizing his books and formatting them. And when I got into Manly Hall, I think the stuff that you worked on was some of the first material that I picked up. So I'm very grateful and indebted to you, and I've enjoyed listening to your lectures, and have learned a lot about learned a lot about him and other topics, but particularly Manly Hall from your insights about him.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, man, this is gonna be heavy. And Mitch, how you doing? What you got going on? What's new?
Well, just yesterday, I think it was, I finished laying down the audio narration of a new book called Esoterica with a K. And this new book attempts to turn back the pages to the extent that I'm capable, to the extent that the records have reached us, onto primeval religion, and find ideas that we can apply in these disquieting times. But not just any old ideas, but ideas that are really immediate, ideas that really speak to the individual's crisis and the individual's need for a sense of self and a sense of frankly happiness, which I think is a noble search. And the big news is that Modern Hermes himself, John Newsom, is doing the cover. And so
Wow.
I can only tell you that that's going to revolutionize the field. When you said John Luce, seismic changes occur. So I'm very excited about that.
Oh man! Shout out to John Newsom, man,
Yeah,
for
for
putting
sure.
this whole thing together. For real, this is gonna be great. This is gonna be very occultic, esoteric. So if you're not ready, I always say put the kids to bed. Let's sit down and let's reason, man. So yeah, let's start it off, man. I mean, what's going on today? Yeah.
Well, I would say what is probably obvious to everybody is that we're at a time of tremendous transformation in civilization. And if I would sum up the theme of that transformation, it's a death and rebirth.
Yeah.
But we haven't seen the rebirth yet, but we can all see that we're undergoing the death stage, and there's a breakdown of basically all the existing institutions. There's a breakdown in belief systems. There's a breakdown in, even things that we thought were solid in terms of our understanding of science is breaking down. Obviously AI is one thing, but I mean, that's going to lead to a lot of transformation. But then I think something that a lot of people are overlooking is the significance of the UFO mystery, which has been a long building thing, but it was always under the surface, and now there's a breaking through of that, the awareness of it, and there's some way, whatever the mystery is somehow going to impact our civilization in a way that is more obvious than it has been. Like somehow it's going to be assimilated into our culture. So these are all things that we're being confronted with. It's a time of fundamental transformation.
Yeah, they call it UAPs now, right? They changed the name, I think. But they have a conference now, and I don't know if it was on CNN, but I did see they had a major conference. Have you checked that out? Like I'm talking about real officials, and they just start talking about UAPs, and they making it so public now. It's just crazy on TV. Have y'all seen that on
Well, I know that Obama mentioned it like a week ago, and was and then it said something about it, and then Trump responded to it, and then now it's all on the headlines. But the real breakthrough with that, in terms of the surfacing of it, came I think around 2017, which is when the New York Times published this sort of very important article that gave credence to it and also said that the government had been investigating it. And this was the first time after like 60 years of denial about the topic that they were giving acknowledgement of it. However, and we can go deeper into this, but there's a lot of mystery about what exactly is behind it. And so the first layer that we're seeing is this idea, okay, there is an alien presence, or there's some other, and that's what the story is behind this phenomenon that the government's been confiscating. But I wrote a book, I'll just plug this real quick. It's called The Coming World Nation, and I spent about, I don't know, maybe half of the book talking about the mysteries of the UFO topic and the history of it.
Right.
And so my conclusions are not that it's aliens. So I think that's the first level of disinformation. But it's important that it's happening because it is an acknowledgement of something that's very long been suppressed.
Right.
And so I think it's just going to keep growing, and we'll see how it all plays out. But this topic, it's interesting. It's now become like mainstream to talk about. I'm curious what Mitch thinks about it.
I was about to say, Mitch, what's your Mitch Horowitz? What's your take on it?
I was very affected by the events of 2017 that Alex was describing. I think the articles that ran in the Times by Leslie Kean, Ralph Blumenthal, Helene Cooper, they fought very hard to get those articles in there, and I think whatever else can be said about the phenomena, that normalized its discussion. And this is actually the second time Obama said that what we call aliens were concrete reality. So at a certain juncture, we may be convinced. And
yes, we can.
And several presidents, in fact, have said that. But we as a human community have a remarkable solipsism. We hear whatever we want to hear, so we have to be hit over the head several times until something starts to take. But I think it is taking, and the fact that we're able to have this discussion is extraordinary. And what's also extraordinary is it's the same discussion that's been going on across the human story. We just use different vocabulary. And so we today are culturally comfortable with UFO language and language that we popularly ascribe to aliens, but we have vast records of our ancient ancestors and even our recent ancestors, like in the spiritualist era, for example, discussing encounters and using their vocabulary. So interestingly enough, an adjacent story, Bigfoot, cryptids, unknown beasts. In the mid-1890s, Theodore Roosevelt published a chilling, vivid Bigfoot encounter, but he didn't use the term Bigfoot. He used the term goblin because that's what was available to him. And then years later, we say Sasquatch, and then after that, Bigfoot. We're all having the same conversation. We're just using metaphors that belong to our generation.
That's great. You ever thought about doing radio? You have a voice. Have you ever done radio?
I have on occasion.
For real, man.
I think.
You'll work out good on radio,
Well,
man.
well, I dig. I don't know. It's like sometimes I think the powers that be are more comfortable with me as a guest.
For real, that wouldn't work out. That wouldn't work out. The stuff you had dropped. So where we at with Manly P. Hall, man? Let's go into it. We start with Mitch this time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's funny. Every spiritual figure that's ever meant anything to me, and Manly P. Hall included, I always enter first through the persona. I get interested in the persona, and then I fall into the teachings because I think we're all looking for ourselves in these things to a certain extent. Like, for example, Alex was mentioning Madame Blavatsky. I just happen to have her on my shirt.
Oh, that's great. I gotta get a shirt. I gotta get that.
Yeah. That was a gift from the youth section over at the Theosophical Society.
Wow.
And so when I'll never forget, I was kind of adrift in, oh man, maybe it was 1999, maybe it was 2000. I had been fired from a job, and it was supposed to be my dream job. Beware of those dream jobs. And I got fired. I was very disappointed, and I didn't know how to find my way. And a lot of people find their way to Manly Hall when they're at that kind of crossroads. Right. And I was talking to some friends, and I said, who in the occult and esoteric culture should I be reading? Because I was just getting started, in a certain sense. I was getting started late. Right. And this woman named Pythia, which happens to be the name of the prophetess at Delphi, said, Manly P. Hall. And the moment I heard those syllables, I had to know who this man was. And so it was first the character, and then it was the work and the genius. It's been true of my interest in G.I. Gurdjieff, been true of my interest in Neville Goddard. Somehow that's just it for me. I start with the persona. So his persona meant so much to me. This man who had made a vocation into curating the mysteries. And it showed me, first of all, that it could be done. And I was just so excited by a man who had spent his life in that dedication.
Mm-hmm. Well, I was just telling Alexander before we had started that I was just checking out Initiates to the Fire, to the Flame. Yeah. And it was talking about that we're all like flames, just moving the way like the serpent. He put it like to the serpent. Mm-hmm. Like, what's your take on that? Yeah.
Well, one of the things I try to talk about in my Manly Hall book is, and particularly in this new version I'm doing of it, is to emphasize how fascinating the first 10 years of his career was, because that book you're talking about was one of the first things he published, and he was probably 20 years old. Wow. And you look at that book and the knowledge in it, and you're like, how is a 21-year-old? Where's this coming from?
Right.
And then, throughout his 20s, like, a lot of his most significant work was produced in, and this is a field of, esoteric philosophy. This is a field we normally think of old wise men. You don't think of like a young, fresh-faced 20-year-old who never came up under he didn't have like necessarily a mentor or a guru that he followed. He was like, he kind of comes up out of nowhere in Los Angeles, almost fully formed as an intellectual and as a teacher. And the material he put out, it was never contradicted by any of his later material. And if you go back and you look at some of the reprints of some of the stuff he put out earlier on, he'll do like a new introduction, and he never like says, oh, well, I changed my mind about this or this. It's always like, it's consistent with things that he did when he was in his 60s and 70s. So there's a real mystery about the guy and how he wrote the things that he wrote in his early 20s and into mid 20s and late 20s, and how it was like the fully mature teachings already there from the very, very beginning.
Right. You hear that. So like Pop. No, 21, it was going in. Sometimes they have that vortex that just opens. Mitch, what you got to say? What's your science on that one?
Yeah, I've always been fascinated by it. One of the things I've begun looking into recently is how the ancients understood genius. And so within the Roman period, for example, well, I'll even go back, Greek period, and then there's antecedents in Egypt. But dig this. The thing I was asking myself quite recently is, how did the ancients believe that philosophy and the myths and news of the gods reached them? What was that inceptive point? Because you keep asking yourself, if I were to dial back and dial back and dial back to the earliest beliefs that have reached us, what did the ancient peoples themselves feel about how those ideas, first in oral tradition, later in writing, reached them? And the Romans, they had this concept of what they called avetes, or wates in Latin. And that was a seer poet, a seer poet. So if you said, how did Homer write down what he did, and what came before that, and what came before that? And then we start going back to Egypt and North Africa and Mesopotamia and Persia. The ancients felt that the prophet, the seer, the scribe, the independent scribe, was a vetes, and was a recipient of a kind of bestowal of genius from the gods, from what some might call spirit, from what some might call deity, what some might call the unified field, and their concept of genius in ancient Rome, the word genius or genii is related to the Arabic word jinn, or what we call genie. They did believe it was a spirit, a kind of messenger of the gods bestowing wisdom. And so maybe, there was something of that in the life of a very young Manly P. Hall, where he was a recipient of something like that, just as the ancients recorded.
Yeah. I wonder if I could add something to that kind of deepens the mystery. And you'll have a good insight into this, Mitch, because if I remember, one of the books that you worked on of Hall's to republish and get out there was his work on masonry. Or am I wrong about that? Yeah. And you put together like multiple things that he did, and that's a great book. So one of the things that's fascinating about that is that when he was about 22, he published a book that within Freemasonry, which again is an organization of old men,
right.
Learned people, right. and when you're young, you come up gradually in the ranks. Okay, so Manly Hall wrote what is, I think, widely considered within Masonry one of the greatest books of Masonry that unravels the symbolism of its core symbols.
Wow.
When he was 22. So to have the knowledge and he wasn't a Freemason. And what's really interesting is that this is something that I think only became available relatively recently. There's a website that I recommend for everybody. It's called manlyphall.info.
Okay.
And it's a vast archive of Manly P. Hall material, his journals from 60 or 70 years, the full complete set, and a bunch of unpublished material from lectures that he gave, particularly in his 20s. And he gave, for about a year and a half, a series of about 20 to 30 lectures at the Scottish Rite Temple in San Francisco, where young Manly Hall is giving lectures not just on masonry, on all types of material to a body of like 32nd and 33rd degree Freemasons, and he's teaching them about masonry.
Wow.
It's like, what is going on here? Like this is a category of person that we're not used to in our society.
Right.
But this is a sage. This is in some way, like Mitch was saying, this is somebody who has access to a type of knowledge that's not just scholarship that you learn from books, but he is in some way, and he talks about this kind of stuff too, which we'll get into later, but he is somebody who's bringing something from within, and that's infusing the greatness of his work. Right.
Mitch, where's he from? That was deep. Where was Manly from?
Well, this only further deepens the mystery. Every biographical fact of his life only deepens the mystery because he was born in Peterborough, Canada, which at that time was quite rural, agricultural city, more or less. Parents were divorced before he was born, and he wound up being raised to a significant extent by his maternal grandmother out west in the Dakotas, Illinois, and then was enrolled in a military academy here in New York City, where I live, when he was about age 15, uh, and soon thereafter lost his grandmother. Had to go out to California on his own, very young age, try to find his birth mother. So he had no formal education, and he was uprooted quite a bit, and young life was not so stable.
Wow. Yeah, that's how it happens sometimes, right?
And he's very cryptic about his early years. Like he talks about it a little bit here and there, but like for example, he makes a reference to, and I think I've heard you, Mitch, say this in one of your lectures about how when he was 4, he's reading Victor Hugo with his grandmother, and so there's very little that we know about the making of the man.
Yeah.
What we see is him. We know that around 1919, when he was about 19 years old, 18 or 19, he starts attending this church. I think I can't remember the exact name of it, but it's a Christian denomination, but it's very liberal and free thinking, and I think the lecturer at the time, or the pastor, was a Mason himself, a 32nd degree Mason. So that must have been his entry point into being connected with the Masonic lodges, like that I was saying he would later go on and lecture within a couple years later. And then a series of synchronicities take place where that lecturer basically has to leave or go on leave for something, and then young Manly Hall, which maybe he's given a couple guest lectures by this point, but he gets very early on gets nominated to be basically the pastor of this 500 person congregation in Los Angeles.
Wow.
And that's where he begins his career lecturing, and then pretty soon he gets kind of recognized and starts working with Freemasons and talking to their lodges, but he doesn't become a Freemason for several decades later.
Right.
And then then a bunch of other stuff happens, but that's like the beginning of the making of him. So we don't really know until he starts really his career.
Right. To the Pharisees and Sadducees was after him.
Yeah.
Oh man, it's like a foretelling or something. This is heavy, man. Mitch, oh man. So, enlighten us a little bit more, because I want to get a little deeper into Manly. And let's go a little bit deeper. So enlighten us a little bit more on him.
Well, it's funny. Once upon a time, I thought, wouldn't it be wonderful if the secret teachings of all ages could be made into an unabridged book, so that, the individual who was curious but was unlikely to dive into this tabletop volume could read it. And I was granted permission to do this, and so we published what was called the Reader's Edition. And the technology was nowhere near what we have today. This Reader's Edition, which was unabridged except for the images. The images were abridged. Instead of 250, there was about 125 or so. And I went through painstakingly to retain every image that was vital to understanding the text. Mm-hmm. It was, and anyway, I had to have the whole book typeset again, as if it were a manuscript. Again, this was the early 2000s. We did not have the tech that we have now at our fingertips. So I had the whole thing retypeset and delivered to me. And I got this manuscript on my desk. It must have been 15, 17 inches high.
Right.
And I said, this is so exciting. I mean, it's certainly not the original, but it is a manuscript of secret teachings, and I can go in and read it in that fashion, in addition to having read it to prepare, for this moment from the great book. And as I read it in this more conventional medium, the mysteries were no more apparent. How he did this by age 27.
Yeah.
The vastness the correlations of ideas, the completion of all these different symbolical philosophies. And then you go off into a various wide range of directions. 2 chapters, not 1, but 2 on Pythagorean mathematics. Brilliant. A chapter on the esotericism of the Shakespearean dramas, a chapter on cryptograms, worthy of a book in itself. So what I'm saying is, it's like the ghost in the machine. You take this vast work, you render it into a manuscript to prepare for a different kind of publication, and you're no closer to the mysteries. And that was kind of a magical moment for me.
Wow.
Have you seen the big edition? Have you ever like gone through the original size one? It's like huge.
Nah, but I've seen it.
It's beautiful.
That's
I mean, it's very humbling. Like it's
Amazing,
his most famous work, but I also think it's his most difficult.
Yeah.
Oh, great.
Wow.
So I'll pull it up.
Yeah.
But I do think it's his most difficult to go through. It's a place where most people start, but I don't think it ideally would be the place I would recommend people to start.
Right.
There's a companion volume after he published this book in 1927,
right,
which it took him, I think, 2 or 3 years to put together. So he started when he was 25. This humbling work, which is like literally one of the greatest productions in the past millennia.
Right.
And so he puts this out, and while he's working on this book, he's also regularly publishing in a journal that he did called the All Seeing Eye. So he was doing 2 things at once. Plus, he's giving lectures, I think. Right. And before he wrote the book, he got financing or funding from, I think, his congregation, but also a wealthy benefactor who really appreciated his work. And so he was able to tour around and accumulate some of the books where I think some of the imagery is taken that is featured in the work. So he started building up this massive archive of occult, super rare occult volumes, and that archive is still available. At least a good portion of it is still available at the Philosophic Research Society here in LA. Have you been there?
Man,
it's cool. It's a cool spot. And so anyway, after he put out that book, he did a lecture tour, and there's a compilation of those lectures called Lectures on Ancient Philosophy. Yeah. That's published in 1928, and that's the place I would tell people to start.
Yeah, 1928 he was dropping this stuff.
Yeah,
it's like something to open, like vortex.
And to put together something that is this comprehensive and covers all these different areas in 1928, like before the internet, to be able to get to even know what to look for, you know, it's just it's beyond impressive, this book.
Helping us grow.
You have a copy of it?
Yeah, this is the slipcase. This is a replica of the original. It's slightly smaller than the original, but it is close.
Wow.
And I mean, I can't even tell you.
That's crazy.
The splendors within this book, I mean, I'll just open randomly. I can't even tell you.
Illustrations.
It's not ordinary, it's an accomplishment that no one can quite get in front of.
Yeah.
And the illustrations by J. Augustus Knapp, which I've always been an admirer of, I think are extraordinary.
Yeah.
It when you hold this in your hands, I don't have an original, and this is very close to the original size, but not quite. When you hold it in your hands, it just feels, I think people feel a sense that their life is changing. For you comic book fans out there,
look at that.
Neil Adams used
That's
that
crazy.
You may remember an issue of Batman in which Neil Adams used that illustration.
Really? Wow.
Anyway, yeah. There's no end to this book, and even to turn it into a manuscript, the mystery is still. It's still withholding.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And another thing that's interesting about that book is that only focuses on the Western lineage.
Yeah.
That book doesn't even encompass the full spectrum of Manly Hall's teachings, because he really emphasizes in a lot of other work and has done a great deal of writing and speaking about the Eastern tradition.
Right.
And like you won't find a better and more knowledgeable person on esoteric Buddhism.
Right.
But he talks about Taoism, he talks about Hinduism, and it seems as though and again, the signs of this are in his when he's in his 20s, but that he had the keys to unlocking the symbolism of all the ancient religions and philosophies. But another fascinating thing about him is that the way that he reveals what he knows, it's like he's sprinkling out information. You really get the impression he knows much more than he's even letting out.
Right, yeah.
But I found in my research and analysis of his work that if you pick any given topic, like let's say Atlantis, there isn't just one book that has all the information that he had about Atlantis. Like he gives out key details to unraveling the mystery of it all over the place. Like some of the most important bits might be from a journal article in 1952 that won't be in a book, his most famous work. Right. Some of it might be in a lecture. Like just recently I was working on a passage about his teachings on Atlantis for this new book that I'm writing. And I just discovered a lecture that I hadn't been through before, and I've been through a lot of them, and he gives out several key details that I didn't even know before, because he never talked about them in this other place. So it's almost like you have to go through the full spectrum of his teachings, which he gave out over a 60, 70-year period, 70 years actually. And you can't just do lecture. You have to do lectures, you have to do his journal articles, you have to do his books, and only then do you actually get the full picture of what he actually let out, because he sprinkled it all over the place.
Wow. Amazing, man. Starseed. Man.
You got a super chat right here from Ceaseless One.
Ceaseless One says, what's S?
Shout out.
Shout out, okay. I'm new to that. All right, shout out to both guests. Great show.
Thank you.
Ceaseless One, man. Yeah, y'all going in. I mean, we just scratching the surface, right? Oh, man, it's... Manly P. Hall is another level, man. Secret teachers of all ages.
So how did you come across Manly Hall?
With a couple of cats. Like, we always been into the books and the occult. And
let me go back. When did that start for you? When did you start getting into that? As a kid growing up in Brooklyn.
Oh yeah. It was a lot of books and knowledge going around back in the days.
Yeah.
And, it was like street knowledge. We would get our hands on these books, certain books, you know what I mean? Certain books, and pamphlets, and you had the FOI, you had mystery books, you had a whole bunch of stuff.
Because you can hear your interest in it in your early stuff on the Liquid Swords album. We can hear you dropping knowledge about. So it's like this hurt you early on.
Yeah, man. I was always interested. Something different, it was amazing that there was more to the Bible than what we know. Like, it was deeper things to it. So, I started off going to church with my grandmother and stuff like that. But then it starts your wheels turning. That started my wheels turning in, and then you find out that there's so much more. And when you start digging into the esoteric realm and you start asking questions, that's the door that you start knocking on to the esoteric kingdom.
It correlates also with Jordan Maxwell, because he knew of Jordan Maxwell early on, and Jordan Maxwell was one of the many people that was talking about astrotheology. Right. Do you know what I mean? And that's because I was already into astrology. I met Priest, he was esoteric. He was talking big about things like that, but I was so stuck on the astrology. And then Jordan Maxwell was like speaking on it more. And then the Zeitgeist movie came out. Yeah. And it gave you the whole animation. I'm like, oh, this makes so much sense. Right. And then
spirit science.
I discovered Santos Bonacci. Yeah. And then Santos Bonacci, for me, spoke of Manly P. Hall. And he will hold up Manly P. Hall's books. And I'm like, oh, who is this? So for me, it was Santos. But it went in that order. It was Jordan Maxwell, Santos Bonacci, Manly P. Hall, and then Bill Donahue. Bill
Donahue, he was into that?
Well, Bill Donahue was into the astrotheology also.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like breaking down, not Phil Donahue, Bill. Yeah. I had to clarify.
I was thinking Phil Donahue.
Not Phil Donahue, Bill Donahue, he goes in. Okay. You know what I mean? Like even more than Santos would, but like with a whiteboard and stuff like that. He just passed recently, so rest in peace to Bill Donahue. But really going to the astrotheology and like, what are the two twins again? Cain and Abel. Breaking down Cain and Abel, talking about how, the kingdom of heaven is within you, talking about the importance of meditation, how the Bible's telling you how to meditate and everything, and all the correlations of the other religions almost saying the same thing, and it's just amazing stuff. But
Yeah.
You answered it. Yeah. I forgot that part. Jordan Maxwell.
Jordan Maxwell was
Yeah,
for me was
spot right
key.
there.
Yeah.
You know, because he was talking about the sun gods and stuff. So
I remember it was what was it called? Illuminati 666. That's what it was called. Then you got to the Illuminati and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
The families, and then pow, Manly P. Hall. I say, oh, these cats. Carl Jung.
Yep.
Carl Jung. Did they know each other? Actually, going back to Mitch.
Yeah, I can comment on that, but go ahead, Mitch.
I'm not aware. I never came across anything, but maybe Alex has.
Yeah. On Carl Jung's side, I don't remember where I saw this, but apparently Jung was aware that Manly Hall had this archive of this great archive of esoteric material, and Jung was going, especially towards the end of his life, he was going really into alchemy as a way to understand his system of philosophy that he was developing. So Carl Jung apparently wrote to Manly Hall to request to borrow certain material, or wrote to the Philosophic Research Society, and then that was granted. I don't remember where I saw that. Now on Manly Hall's side, he has a lecture, at least one lecture on Carl Jung. But I think one of my favorite ones. This is opening up a big door, so maybe we'll have to come back to this. But it's actually on Carl Jung, a book that Carl Jung wrote about the UFO mystery. So Carl Jung wrote a book psychoanalyzing the symbolism of the UFO, and then Carl Jung has this lecture, which is on YouTube. Anybody can read it or listen to it, where he dissects this material and then kind of offers his own interpretation of it. Yeah. And he also wrote a book, or he co-wrote something. I think Manly Hall back in the 40s or 50s had a protege, and I'm not remembering what his name is, but he wrote the introduction to the Secret Teachings book, and they worked together and wrote a short pamphlet. You can only get it as a pamphlet. I picked it up from the PRS store, and it's about Carl Jung, and it's just like it's only like 40 pages long, but it's a survey of Carl Jung's like ideas about psychology, and it analyzes the idea of the self and the collective unconscious and things like that. And for me, that was actually very helpful to understand Carl Jung's work, because he was also somebody was researching. Right. And so that actually little pamphlet that Manly Hall produced was invaluable, because it really unraveled the deeper meaning. It also pointed out a few things that was missing, and he thought was missing in Carl Jung's work. So, man,
that's heavy. I didn't know that. It's crazy. Man, you learned a lot.
Yeah.
Killah Priest Podcraft. Oh, man.
Oh, I want to say one more thing. We were talking about the mysteries of the Bible, and I just say one of my favorite Manly Hall books that is not one of his more widely known ones, but it's called How to Understand Your Bible. It's not a very long work, but it's about 120 pages maybe. But in that book is just solely dedicated to, and that actually, now that I think of it, that might be a compilation of journal articles that he wrote in his 20s from the All Seeing Eye Journal. But this book, you can buy it on Amazon, I'm pretty sure. It's called How to Understand Your Bible, and it goes through key passages from the Bible, and he unravels what it actually means and how it connects to the esoteric teaching. So he shows you very clearly how the Bible has multiple levels of interpretation and meaning.
Yeah, diviners. I think Daniel was a diviner.
And they're all existing at the same time, right? Because a lot of people have the notion, well, there must be one interpretation. And even though there's multiple, they must all fit into one track, when at the same time, one interpretation will also correlate with another one. Completely two different interpretations, but they're both existing at the same time. Right. And almost how you would appreciate art in your own way, you can appreciate whatever relates to you in that way. Because like in the basic form, you know how there's an exoteric and then the esoteric? Yeah. Because you get people going to church that know nothing of the esoteric. They just know Jesus walked on water, think he's a real person. The teachings that are still in there in the exoteric are still knowledgeable and like beneficial even for the average churchgoer, you know, so that they can appreciate that. You know what I mean? Because when I learned of all this stuff, I wanted to run to grandma and say, Jesus is the sun. You know, John is Mercury, Peter is Jupiter, Lucifer is Venus, Saturn is Satan. Yeah, I wanted to expose all that. But it would have thrown them off, because not all exoteric is ready for esoteric. You know, you got to follow that path.
Well, teaching is different. You know what I mean? Learning. It's deep. It's kind of like going on. So back to Mitch. Come on, man. We getting deep. Let's go a little deeper, man.
And you got Knowledge Born backstage.
Oh yeah, you can bring them.
Yeah.
We got a Knowledge Born.
See him there.
Shout out to
Yeah.
Knowledge Born. Is Hakim, is he
Good
by
to see
himself?
him.
It should be two. Behold, there's two. I thought there was one in the flame. Nah, that's a passage from Daniel. I have to say some of my jokes. Word.
Okay.
Yo, what up? Shout out to Knowledge Born, man. It's so deep in there.
I know this guy right here, over here on the other side.
Oh, Mitch. Mitch Horowitz, yeah.
I know this
Heard you
guy
had
right
a
All
run.
right. Thank you, man. I was
Oh,
so
yeah, I
thinking
love
this-
your book, too. Yo, man. It's
Thank
heavy.
you. I got
Magic.
okay, so I got my box of books from the publisher for this new book, The Sixth Sense, and I was telling Knowledge that the cover, the cover image was set too small, and so I was like, this is all messed up. The publisher has to fix this, so they did fix it, and I sent him one of the new fixed ones signed, and I said, I wanted to get you one of the new ones, not the Rogue edition. And he said, I want the Rogue edition. So now I'm trying to find the messed up one so I can give him the Rogue edition.
Yeah,
We'll work on it.
right. Solo Fact said, Peace Knowledge last night's show was on the knowledge. That's good.
Oh, yeah.
On the one.
And
That's
Miss
good.
Blue is in the chat, so shout out to the
Oh, man.
so-called
Definitely
Miss Blue.
shout out to Miss Blue.
I want to give honors and credence, as I begin. But before I begin, Alex, you're a Pisces?
I'm like right on the cusp of Aquarius Pisces. I just
Cool.
I just had my birthday on the 20th, so it was recently. But yeah, it's like right on the middle.
All right, so I wanted to make sure I greeted all of the waters, right? Mitch, Scorpio, Pisces, AD Pisces, you see what I'm saying? And Priest of Fire. So now you got a little bit of air in here. You see what I'm saying? So, water and fire are both exacerbated and accelerated by the air. So I guess one of my goals in this setting is to, critique, right? Or, bring a little ruckus, right? So,
Nice.
uh,
And are you in
so
New York?
honestly,
Are you also in New York?
I'm in Florida at the moment.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm a Jersey cat. You know what I mean. So,
No doubt.
so honest to you for your work and your honest investigative and proper purposing of a work of the master. When my airlight gets on, I want him to go in that space. But you both have given masterful work and honoring the work in its text without adding too much sensationalism, I would say. There is a inclination to take someone's work and repurpose it and add all of you and small amounts of them. So thank you for being integral in presenting the work, but also thank you for allowing the work to continue to be in the form in which it was presented. So
Appreciate it. Thank you, man.
honest for that too. And I definitely want to do a follow-on with you and Mr. Ronnie, if possible, on a Wednesday, so we can,
Yeah,
really, really get a little deep dive
for sure.
as well. So honest to the water, right? on the day of Erica Badu's birth, right?
Ooh.
That's
Oh.
interesting, right? On the day of Erica Badu's birth, honest to the water, right? So
Shout out.
the Piscean water and the Scorpio water. So if you want to get down deep in the murkiest of the murkiest water, you get the Scorpio water. And also the opposite, if you want to go to the highest of the high, higher than the eagle in the sky, you're dealing with the Scorpio work in that way too. So just very interesting. So but before my woofologist introduces Killah Priest, for all intents and purposes, is the Manly P Hall of Hip Hop. You understand what I'm saying? So honest to
Oh, man.
Manly Priest Hall over here, Manly Priest Hall.
That's a dope one. That's a dope one.
I like that because when I had said to Knowledge in this very room actually that what Killah Priest has done is not just brought metaphysics into hip hop, but he's brought hip hop into metaphysics. And that way, people like me can be educated into beautiful, beautiful songwriting and storytelling and culture that I might not have otherwise have encountered. So it works both ways. He's brought hip hop into metaphysics, and I feel that that's a very, very noble achievement.
Yeah, thank you so much. We continue to keep pushing forward because I love it too. You know, it's part of creation. It's part of being motivated, and it's a part of everything that's going on now.
I was listening to a song years earlier, and you dropped Manly Hall, and I think it was Nag Hammadi.
Yeah, Nag Hammadi.
I was like,
yeah, Nag Hammadi Library. Yeah. Yeah, secret teachers of all ages. Yeah. Gotta shout out to the great teachers, you know, and he's definitely one. But y'all the experts. This guy, come on, Mitch, y'all the experts on it. Let's go deep and let them know, the people that they always usually know. But let's go deeper and show them, because we know about Jordan Maxwell, like AD said, but it was something special about Manly P. Hall doing it at the time he was doing it.
Yeah.
The age and the period that was going on. And he's like, he tapped into something that they wasn't ready for.
Right. Well, there's something I think important we should talk about, is that Manly P. Hall talks a lot about, when he talks about history, the development of civilization, and the passing down of knowledge, and how through the different eras of human history, how the different cultures maintain knowledge, and what their different versions were for the secret teachings.
Yeah.
He talks a lot about the mystery schools.
Right.
And so for me, with a background in the social sciences, this is an institution, meaning it's like a fundamental pattern in human civilization. It's like language or religion, whatever. In every culture and throughout history, you find references, and he talks about it, going back to even prehistory, this idea of Atlantis, that there was the existence of these mystery schools. And this was an institution of initiation, but it was about elevating consciousness, about perfecting the mind. And the institution of the mysteries was responsible for making people like Manly Hall.
Right.
And so he doesn't directly state this, he makes allusions to it, but I think one of the things we have to grapple with is Manly Hall, is he living proof that what we call the mystery schools, and when he talks about in the context of Pythagoras and Plato and all these other people from the past, one of the things we want to know is, we see references to the mystery schools in the past, where are they today? Because they're invisible. We don't seem to, like, in our society, we need something like that, but it's not available. So, you know, there's a disillusionment, like maybe this thing doesn't exist at all, or maybe it's just a fantasy. But then someone like Manly Hall comes along, and he's not only talks about it, but he seems to be a living representation that it does exist. It's just not in the overt society, but it still does exist. And so he makes, you know, cryptic references, again, kind of sprinkle all over, that the mystery schools do still exist. And it seems clear that Manly Hall could have only taught the things that he taught and had the knowledge that he had if somehow he had a relationship to it.
Crazy.
So this idea of the mystery schools, I think, becomes front and center, because not only is it a central part of Manly Hall's work, but it seems to be the key to understanding these mysteries that we've been talking about how did this person do the things that he did, particularly at such a young age. Wow. He seems to have been somehow participating in this institution. And and when I say the mystery schools, it's not just a society that you join or elected into. It seems to be something that happens within your consciousness. That when you have a kind of awakening, then all of a sudden this institution then appears before you, and the institution is comprised of all these other great illumined ones from all different societies and cultures. In other words, when you achieve a certain level of consciousness expansion, then you become part of this institution. And I think Manly Hall is a key to understanding what this actually is, and the fact that it does seem to still exist even though we can't quite see outwardly where it does. It seems like to find it, you have to do what Manly Hall did, which is go inward into that esoteric world of inner consciousness and mind.
And your degree is in social science.
Yeah.
And that's crazy. So there you have it. A degree in social science, and you can say things and make things appear. You can make the word become flesh, and that's going inward. So you're hearing it. He has a degree in social science. Make some noise, man. That's dope.
So what aspect of the social science world did you delve in? Did you go to school for?
I did human geography undergrad, which is interdisciplinary, but that's the best way I thought to study the history of civilization is by looking at it through the different perspectives. But the thing I like about geography is that it's centered in place and space. So you're looking at how things evolve through time. You're asking questions about why did this type of civilization rise to these kind of heights? Why did So you're trying to look at the whys behind things. You're not just accepting fact patterns, but you're trying to understand why and how. And then I went to grad school for a field called organizational science, which is also interdisciplinary, and that focuses more on the level of organizations, corporations, management, stuff like that. But it's the science of it. So it's talking about. So the way I think about it, my undergrad was like the macro, looking at society at a very big picture, and then my organizational science, what I did in grad school, was more about analyzing the level of like bureaucratic systems and things like that, and how those work. And for me, like those two go together and actually are very influential in the way I interpret things like the teachings of Manly P. Hall. Even though it seems like a separate category, it very much influences like the way I engage with this material.
So what was it that you learned in the social science realm that further enhanced your zeal or your passion or your quest to deal with Manly Palmer Hall's work in particular?
Well, to go a little bit deeper into it, I started getting interested in this idea of systems. There's a field called system science, which is very important. I think it's very underrated because every branch of science, not just sociology, but also biology or physics, any field you want to talk about has an aspect of it that can be defined using the language of systems. So a system is basically a whole, something that functions as a whole or a unity, and it's comprised of subcomponent parts that integrate in such a way that it recreates that unity. So it's a way of looking at the relationship between part and whole. And you can apply this to a lot of different contexts, but I really got turned on to it as the key to understanding society. That society actually functions as a whole. But to analyze that whole, you need to break it up into the subcomponent parts and see how the different things interact with each other. What I couldn't understand, or what that field can't talk about or unravel, are the mysteries of the mind and the mysteries of consciousness, and the fact that there seems to exist aspects of the mind that are not confined to the body. And so then you have to move into a different modality to explain that, and that's the thing that got me going into Carl Jung and got me going into Manly P. Hall, because that realm of questioning hasn't been assimilated into system science, so I had to go into these other fields. And then once I found Manly Hall, and then he was opening up new questions that I didn't even think to ask, and he was also resolving these open-ended questions that I didn't know what to do with, and he was really helping me completely transform the way I understood this idea of systems. And so that's kind of how that worked out.
Now, they focus in brain in regards to the social sciences. They deal in the realm of brain. So what was it about brain in the system space for you versus going into mind and brain? They would say mind in that realm, but they were only making reference to the brain. So what was it about the brain study in regards to that, from one perspective, that you can look at for patterns? If you're looking at a system or a civilization of people, what kind of brain patterns versus the mind patterns, and you got into the conscious realm, like the realm of the unseen, that patterns as well? Were there similar patterns? Were they different patterns? Where was the disconnect versus the connection?
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think kind of what you're saying is like the idea of the brain is sort of materialism, or the fixation on the material aspect, and that's what system science focuses on. But for me, it was coming across things like mysticism and all, and just this record throughout cultures and time and place of people having spiritual experiences, and also just having questions about the nature of God, which is not something that modern science necessarily deals with, but
Right.
still something I was interested in. So I was always open to expanding. And another big thing, actually, for me, besides being interested in mysticism, but not having a way to explain it, and certainly you can't explain it entirely on the level of the brain. So I was interested in opening up my horizon to metaphysics and things like that, which is how I interpret the mind versus the brain, is this idea of the material versus the metaphysical. But also, around 2013, 2014, this is even before I got into Manly Hall, just dealing with the UFO mystery, not having any firm conclusions about it, but I had dismissed it as something that was entirely not worth investigating until a certain point. I just had an awakening and I started going into it. I'm like, I don't know what this is, but it does seem to be a phenomenon. And so, as someone who's studying civilization and society in the sciences and in school, like, that's a topic you don't talk about. And so I was like, well, I feel like this is a data point that is not being assimilated. How do we explain this? And so that's another thing that points into this idea of metaphysics. So those were things that opened me up to start moving outside of like the conventional sciences and to start exploring. And then that put me on a path. Eventually I found Manly Hall, and he was the one I recognized after I had done some exploring with other people. We talked about this a little bit earlier before you joined, but I was, searching around and got into Blavatsky, and then eventually I found Manly Hall, and I found like he was the one that was able to answer the great questions for me. And so I really put a lot of effort into really trying to understand what is it that he actually says, and trying to create a framework of what his teachings actually represent and what he was trying to tell us.
Mitch, I got a side question for you on chapter 7, your plus self, right? The plus self. So the expansion of consciousness in that way, how do we add to this? And what was your goal for analyzing and breaking down and giving us this alchemical look at the plus self?
Oh, I appreciate that. I think that many of us feel very deeply that we are two within, and that expresses itself in a very wide variety of ways. And it's possible that when an individual experiences what might be called a moment of shock, let's say, for example, terrible grief, or let's say, for example, euphoria, something that really breaks our rote patterned thinking. It is quite possible that that's the closest glimpse we receive to having an actual I, which could be called, in the context of that alchemical framework, the plus self or the plus entity. And, like Alex was saying about the manner in which the presence of a modern figure like Manly P. Hall gives us a kind of core sample of a life suggesting the persistence of the mystery schools, perhaps as a movement within, When you watch for these shocks that you experience in life, watch for these shocks when suddenly all your rote thoughts, rote emotions, the 20 menued responses that follow us throughout life get interrupted. And that's when a no means a no and a yes means a yes. And it fades. The aperture opens and the aperture closes, but it demonstrates that it is real. And so the framework of this plus self or minus self holds that all the vast occurrences of twins that appear in all of our wisdom literature, they have many different esoteric meanings, But we as seekers should not neglect the possibility that it also means just that, that there are these polarities that we demonstrate esoterically, or let's say symbolically, parabolically as twins, but that's really our situation. And what can a person do? What can a person do to try to cultivate the entry of that self that feels more real and less rote? And I think it begins with acknowledging it, wanting it, inviting it in. Sometimes my approaches are very, very simple. And the hour is late. You know, we're all in a state and we need simple approaches.
Mm-hmm.
So my twin just showed up, right? Real quick.
Yeah.
You know,
Invite
the
him in.
Geminis, they're twins, right? So I want to ask, before I yield, the plus self, is it expressed as a singularity manifesting itself in multiple forms? Or is there a schism where you're dealing with the plus self based off of traumatic response becoming someone else entirely?
Yeah. I would have to say my personal experience has been the latter, you know, of what you were saying, that the plus self sort of gets pushed out by conditioning, we could say. But I also believe that it's the human situation. I mean, there are those of us who believe that man is born in sin. There are those of us who believe that man is born having to earn his way back to something. Or framed in a different way, we're born into some sort of friction or samsara. And so it may just be that this is innate to the human situation. And, you know, I said that earlier, I think before you came on, I said the way I enter teachings generally is first through the individual. I get interested in Manly P. Hall, the individual, Gurdjieff, the individual, Madame Blavatsky, the individual, because I think we're all looking for ourselves, you know, within these teachings.
Thank you. Alex, one more question before I yield for you. Earlier, you said The Secret Teaching of All Ages wasn't a book that you recommended people outright being acquainted with Manly Paul with no background whatsoever. What are some precursory works of his that you recommend for people who are looking to get acquainted before they deal with a deep dive?
I think the single first, I would say the number one thing I think people should start with is Lectures on Ancient Philosophy, which was the compendium work to the Secret Teachings of All Ages book. Because that one's very approachable. It's a collection of, I think, 12 or 15 lectures that he gave. It's the transcripts of those. And that's the best place because it basically covers the same scope of material, but it doesn't get bogged down in all the detail that he goes into in Secret Teachings, where he goes into like a ton of detail about certain things that really it's only important for you to go into once you've already laid the foundation of like basic principles and the basic framework. And so I think Lectures on Ancient Philosophy, I'm not sure if it's still in print, but if you can find a copy of that, that would be the one I think I would recommend. And also the YouTube lectures. Pick a YouTube lecture and, you know, go into it and just give it a chance and just be amazed at like how much material is coming at you and the wisdom of it. And the fact that even going up into his 80s, the man would sit at a chair with no notes and give a lecture that is 2 hours long, that when you print it out and you look at the transcript, it's like it has different movements to it. It's like the whole thing was pre-written and thought out. And it's almost like he had already worked out what he was gonna say like before he goes into the lecture, and then he just sits down and it'll go for 2 hours. But it's like, and another interesting thing about Manly Hall is he didn't write anything. Wow. All the stuff that he wrote was dictated in that same manner that he gives his lectures. So everything that you're reading by him is actually him dictating. So, which is amazing because he'll pull up, when you listen to the lectures, he'll pull up specific page numbers of books. He'll pull up like obscure names. And it's just like it's all within, like there's no notes or anything, and it's one of the most amazing things you'll see and hear when you really consider the context and the fact that there's so many. There's literally hundreds of these lectures of this quality on YouTube that you can go listen to right now, and for him to just to make one of those of that quality would be like a top scholar working for like a long period of time to prepare the material, and then they would probably have to read it. But just consider the fact that he gave these once or twice a week for 70 years, and he didn't necessarily. He talks about the same topics, like talk about Pythagoras, for example, throughout the course of his career over many decades. But it's never exactly the same lecture when you hear him do two different ones. And then he also has these lecture series that'll be like 5 or 6 parts that like the scope of what he's accomplishing within this lecture series is so immense, like the amount of material, and it's just like he just boom, 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 like it's nothing to rattle these things off. I mean, it's incredible. He's one of the most, I think he's the most fascinating figure of the 20th century, and probably the most important intellectual for all the reasons that we've been talking about.
Yeah, it's amazing, man. Amazing. That line of work, that's heavy right there. Carl Jung. Yeah.
Well, y'all both are sitting next to one who don't need no notes to write. He used to write, back in the day, a long time ago. He used to write, and after a while, he doesn't write. He can't tell me he's writing now. He's not writing anymore. He's a conduit for divine, and oftentimes our hand will get in the way of what is meant. So, in that sage space, if you exist in that space, that's the space that you exist in. Mm-hmm. So people may marvel at that. They may look at that and say, well, how was he able to do that? It came at a cost. I'm sure the cost was you would get in your own way if you tried to write what's coming through you. You know what I mean? Like what's coming through you from divine, like those things. So, the social science world, that was a world that I dealt with in the realm of social psychology and other aspects in that regard, and they didn't have a answer. The answer was the brain, right? So they did a trivial sort of look at the divine intelligence that exists within man, right? But they didn't give credence and ode to the thing that they didn't see. Like you don't see the brain until you're out of here. You understand? Unless you go get a scan. You understand what I'm saying? And then that's a picture. That's a copy of what the brain is. That isn't the brain. It doesn't explain the brain. So they relegate it to the central nervous system, or they might call your brain computer or something like that. Right. But they don't get into what the brain is because they're going to find things that become unexplainable. So the study of the brain, the study of the mind are not necessarily synonymous of one another. And then these experiences that you have in the physical world are another thing that affect you at a cellular level, but also at a psycho-spiritual level that they don't speak to. So the sciences attempt to give an answer for things based off of inquiry, and then a strategic method of going about arriving at an answer. But there are things that are unexplainable for a reason. So when you have those who can explain the unexplainable, that becomes something different, right? So somebody like Priest, you can't explain what he does. It's like, okay, like, why is there lightning? And then, thunder and lightning. You understand what I'm saying? Like, why is that? Somebody can try to trivialize that or downplay that, but it exists. Where's that origin? Like, you asked him, Alex, where did you find Manly's work? You understand what I'm saying? It's like, where did you find hip hop? You understand what I'm saying? The same place I found hip hop is where we found Manly's work, and many of the other works that's going along, that was just a pass around. You just so happen to be acquainted with the works based off of the works of others who have done those works. So like if you in the cipher, somebody rhyming, you're rhyming, somebody's rhyming with you, or somebody's in that cipher and we're building, you'll hear something and it'll spark you to go look up something that you wouldn't have looked up if you weren't in that space of interaction. Right. So I love that we dealt in the realm of the social aspect, because the social aspect is dealing with the group, but then the system, like you broke it down in regards to the parts of a whole and the whole itself. You see what I'm saying? So that space of singularity. I think my final question would probably be from both of y'all's research, you and Mitch. What do you both learn about the human condition, and how can the human condition benefit from Manly P. Hall's work?
Mitch, you want to go first?
I have said that I think anybody, I'm going to speak to this on a personal level. I think people who read the Secret Teachings of All Ages stand a very, very serious chance of finding themselves within that book. It's such a vast and sprawling book that captures the symbolic language and culture of life, and distills essential ideas about the human situation from the mysteries, from the ancient symbols, from the occult and esoteric traditions, from the earliest fragments we have of humanity's primeval search to know itself. You'll find yourself, I reckon, within that book. I found myself within that book, and I can't imagine that any one life is exclusive. And so I meet a lot of people, as I'm sure you all do, who feel very displaced. And my wish for them is to find themselves, whether it be, we call it a plus entity or something else. And you may well find yourself within the byways of that book. And that's my wish for everybody who enters it.
Peace, man.
Well, for me, he taught me the thing that was kind of the end of the quest that I was on, about trying to understand the mysteries of civilization and frame it in terms of system science, which is this whole relationship. Yeah. The way that we look at humanity is as 8 billion separate units that are just interacting with each other. But in Manly Hall's philosophy, and then the esoteric philosophy that he represents, the human species is a wholeness. It's one conscious being. And it is, that consciousness is expressing itself through the collective journey of humanity. So when humanity evolves, it's actually the consciousness growing that is within humanity. And that fact is what allows the whole cycle of mysticism, the whole aspect that we're talking about of mysticism going within. All that stuff is possible because mankind is actually unity, and we're part of a larger unity, the solar unity, and that's part of a larger unity, the galaxy, that's part of a larger unity, the universe. So it's this idea of unity within unity, but mankind is actually a unity, and that's he describes that, and he goes into the way I best understand it from him is he frames this. He talks about it through different traditions, but I like the way he talks about it through the Hindu tradition, in which you have this idea of the Manu. And the Manu is basically the spirit of man. And he says that the Manu is actually an expression of Brahma, and Brahma is the ultimate God. Brahma is basically the sun god, or the solar system as a god. So the Manu is this idea of, it's an aspect of the greater solar consciousness, or the solar deity, and it is being projected into Earth, which is its own unity. So everything is a unity within unity. Like, that's the fundamental pattern. But this basic idea of unity is something that's missing in our civilization. And I think part of the thing that we can rectify this idea of separate individual things, but a fundamental unity at the other side, is the idea of something that Mitch actually referenced earlier, this idea of the unified field, that there is the consciousness and the mind is not just localized within the individual form, but actually is located in your field, the electromagnetic or auric field that surrounds you, and then that actually that field, as it goes higher, moves into space itself, and then once you get to space as the unified field, that's when you're talking about the first principle. And so, without going too much further into the details of it, the thing I really took away from Manly Hall in this kind of quest is that civilization is the human spirit, which is a wholeness expressing itself through each of us as civilization evolves, and the different stages that civilization goes through actually imitates the different stages that each of us as individuals go through. So there's this idea of microcosm and macrocosm. But the whole thing, there's a Kabbalah to it. There's a secret geometry to it. There's a orderly pattern of elements and signs and symbols that actually reveal the whole pattern. And I think the reason that Manly Hall was able to decipher and seem to have the key to all these different systems of philosophy is because somehow at an early point he gained an awareness or an attunement with the fundamental archetype. And then once you have that fundamental archetype, then you can see it expressed everywhere. And then you have the key to unlocking and unraveling the mystery.
Yeah.
And there was nobody to tell him he couldn't, right?
Yeah.
That helps, right? There was nobody to say, you can't do that.
Right.
You shouldn't do that.
Right. It's free thinking. That's heavy right there. Let's go deep. Let's go a little deeper, Mitch. Come back to you, man. Oh man. So, in this, I don't want to just start with just the secret teachers of all ages, but what's in there that we could, give us some pieces that's in there that we can take us on an esoteric journey. Now, let's go a little bit further.
Oh, there's so much. I think one of my favorite sections deals with Hermes and Hermeticism, the ancient Greek Egyptian philosophy that was some of the first Egyptian wisdom to be written down in a language that modern Westerners can understand, which is Greek. Hermeticism, as I see it, and I think history supports this view, is a kind of time capsule of very ancient Egyptian thought that was passed along through symbol, architecture, oral tradition, hymn, song, and eventually came into a oral tradition that was written down in the city of Alexandria in the generations immediately following Cleopatra. And this is what we sometimes refer to as Hermeticism, or to put it in the terms of the Renaissance, the Corpus Hermeticum. It's really just a collection of 17 tracts that were translated in the Renaissance. And Manly writes a lot about that. And I think that the translation that he uses and that he produces stands up extremely well. And the basic idea of Hermeticism, the key core idea, is that we as individuals are emanations of a great mind, or nous. And in a certain sense, this is another idea that just puts a different name onto the concept of unified field. And the notion being that as we individuals were created, as above, so below, created in the image of a greater force, as we individuals were created, so is it our birthright to create. We exist in a physical experience that limits our capacities. As some say, ye are gods, but ye shall die as princes. And I think that captures the agony of our human situation, which Manly brings out, I think, quite beautifully in his analysis and translation of some of the Hermetic literature. And the notion, the point of man's possibility in Hermeticism is that he too must become a creative being. And I think that that can be very, very broadly defined. And to bring it to the level of our present existence, because I think it's very important for these ideas to remain in application to the extent that we're capable, to the extent that we even possess them in fragmentary form. But it seems to me that a lot of the depression, the addiction, the low-grade anxiety, the depleting activities that we as a human community are prone to engage in become a kind of ersatz form of life when we are unable to create, when we are unable to create as we were created, as above, so below, as we are emanations of this, what might be called an infinite mind or a thinking essence. And so, Knowledge was saying that nobody told Manly Hall he couldn't do this. And I think there's a lot to that, actually. And when I say creativity, it doesn't have to be on one track or another track, but really what I really mean is self-expression of any kind, self-expression of any kind. And that's our birthright within Hermeticism. And when we fail to realize that birthright, you can very well see the esoteric meaning of Cain selling out his birthright for a bowl of pottage. I beg your pardon, Esau. And Manly's section on Hermeticism brought the philosophy in full relief to me. It's also very dramatic and very beautiful and gives a sense of human purpose. So that's one fraction of what's within the book.
Hard. We gotta get the audio
I
together.
love that response.
Let's-
Mitch, I gotta bounce, Lord.
Yeah, let's.
I want to make sure I do get with you, Mr. Alexander, so we could do a follow on with you and Ronnie, if possible, on Royal Priesthood Wednesdays. Want to do a follow up, so I'll be listening, but I have to
man.
depart
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah,
Like I said, I'm gonna leave y'all with my twin. My twin is here. You know what I'm saying? Be a better version than me.
Kim.
Better version than me. So
Like that cover. Yeah. Think he's,
the will within the will.
no doubt.
And we should say for anybody who doesn't know,
Go ahead.
Ronnie is referring to Ronnie Pontiac, who is an author and scholar on the esoteric tradition himself, but he got his start in this world by actually working at PRS, and he was Manly Hall's assistant during the last decade of his life. So he's one of the few people still remaining who can give us a firsthand account of what it was like to know the man. And I think you're supposed to maybe have a pod with him at some point, but definitely check out Ronnie's work. He's
Hey,
good guy.
put me up on that, man. We can talk afterwards. Let's read some super chats real quick.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, he reminds me of Paul Solomon, the sleeping prophet. A YT, what's YT? Young,
White?
A white man. Oh, shoot. You know all the lingo, right? A white man that can go to sleep at will and manifest dreams. Wait a minute, go to sleep at will? Oh, that's deep. It's called meditation. Or you still up if you can dream.
That's a way to
at the same
describe
time.
meditation, maybe.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So do you know anything about Paul Solomon? Know what you're talking about?
I haven't heard the name before.
Yeah. Next one. Ali Akbar. Ceaseless One, once again, he is covered through what is he for today? What is Ceaseless One is going to be our
sponsor for the day?
Sponsor, yeah.
So far. Yeah.
Sponsor, he's our sponsor for the day, man.
Yeah.
Shout out to Ceaseless One so many times.
We got the other ones already.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah.
And then your Hakeem is in the house here.
Hakim.
Hakeem.
Yeah, Hakim. Come on.
Ain't right, AD.
Welcome.
My bad.
Welcome. Welcome, Hakim. How you doing, my brother?
I'm good. I had a little bit of difficulty. Mercury in retrograde. I'm a Gemini, so you already know.
One Gemini. One Gemini leave, another Gemini comes. It's two.
So I haven't had a chance. I couldn't listen to the show. I went from my phone to my laptop and crazy stuff. So I'll start this. I know I've asked Mitch many questions. I love Manly P. Hall. We're close to his birthday, I believe.
Wow.
I'm not sure. I can't remember the exact day of his birthday.
Yeah.
Look it up real
Things
quick.
manifested. Yeah.
I think it's sometime in March. He's a Pisces.
Oh yeah, I think you're right.
Ah, that's right. And you're a Pisces? Both of you are Pisces?
No, I'm. Oh yeah. I mean, I'm kind of on the cusp of Pisces and Aquarius, but I'll take it, Pisces.
Oh, that's crazy.
Let me ask a question. Is Mitch and Alexander, is this your first time meeting, or have y'all met
Yeah,
before?
it's actually our first time.
Wow.
Oh, this will be interesting.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hakim, are you gonna turn on your camera or no?
I am not.
Okay.
I go into my daughter's room. She doesn't want me to use all that. So
Got you.
Yeah.
Okay, no more. I mean, no problem.
March 18th.
So I'll just start in. I heard that you were coming on the show, Alexander. So I ordered your book.
Oh, thank you.
I read it in about 24 hours. I read the book. Okay, the Maestro.
Yeah.
Pretty good. I've read a lot on Manly, even with the gentleman that was supposed to be on Ronnie.
Yeah.
I remember reading his article that he had online. I think it was called like The Maestro and the Boy.
Yeah, I read that early on.
Yeah, I read that. Anything I could find on Manly, I've read. I read Master of the Mysteries.
Yeah, the biography about him. Yeah.
Yep. I'm just gonna start somewhere in because I know I've tried to ask Mitch so many different questions. So
can I ask a question real quick? How did you? We all kind of went around earlier. We were talking about how we got into Manly Hall, but you said you're a big fan. So what's your story? How did you get into the Maestro?
I got into Manly. I was am part of a group called the Nation of Gods and Earth. Some call it the 5% Nation of Islam. And I found my teacher was a Mason, and he had his books, or a few of his books. And I actually read one, and that kind of started, and I tried to get everything I could on him. I would order directly from PRS back with the cassette tapes, so that's what brought me to it. Also, everybody, I think, like most people, hear about the secret teachings of all ages, and I saw that in places I didn't know what it was, and I love Manly. It's something about him. I haven't made it out to PRS. I'm probably gonna get there this year.
It's got a good bookstore. I mean, if you want Manly Hall material, it's got a lot of stuff in that bookstore that, at least it did last time I went to it, which is about 4 years ago.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of stuff you can't get at anywhere else. Like,
I heard that. I have, to be cocky, I have a lot of Manly. I have because I live in Austin.
Okay.
And so if you can go to like a half price books, and you might find something. So I think I have a copy of some books that Manly signed itself. The only thing that is very hard to get are the PRS journals, and I know they had those like in some kind of bin inside the library there at PRS. But I noticed that was one of the things that was very interesting about you, that a lot of what you were pulling from wasn't in his main books. It was in the PRS journals that I think you said in the book, and I thought that was pretty good.
Well, let me say one thing about that. If you're looking for the journals, I mentioned this website earlier. It's a site called manlyphall.info, and I think Alan Harris is his name, who put that site together, and he, through a painstaking effort, acquired every single journal and uploaded the PDFs of every single journal, so you can get all of it on that website. And that's, it was a crazy thing. I didn't know it existed, and this is right around 2020. When I thought I had wrapped up my research on Manly Hall, and I was like, okay, I'm ready to start turning this into a book or something. And then I stumbled on this website, and it was like an overwhelming moment, because then this whole treasure trove of material that I had no idea was available and I could access. All of a sudden I could access it. But then I was like, oh my gosh. So now that was like another year of just going through that material. But you can get every single journal article through this website, and it's an incredible resource. And I think a lot of the most important work that Hall did, and a lot of the things that are most powerful in terms of unraveling the mysteries of the various subjects that he talks about, are from those journal articles.
Wow. Okay. Good looking. Now I'm gonna definitely look into that. Now, I don't know where I would want to begin with what's in the book, and you covered so much. I think you captured what I gathered from Melly, like that mystique, right? You captured that. It's something I just can't put my finger on it about Manly. I can tell you this: when I read Manly, anything he writes, it doesn't seem dated. It seems
Right.
now, and not necessarily prophetic, but just like he was speaking from a place like you know, I don't know. It's weird for me, but I always have a book or so around me of Manly. When I first heard his voice, it was on a cassette tape, and I was driving from Austin. It's like an hour drive, and I hit that monotone. And it almost put me to sleep. I had to get used to hearing him like that. But I remember reading in Occult Talks about, he was like, basically like, if you've reached me and you need to be entertained, by this time you should already, know what you want. Like, he's not there to. It's not a reverend or a preacher and so animated. And he would speak about how Manly could talk on a subject. I was asking Mitch about this, and you'll never hear the transition like he can just, like, it's just a fireside chat. And I heard him, I think someone asked him how was he able to do that, and this gentleman was an occultist, and he said, "With being an occultist yourself, it is easier to tell me. It is easier for me to tell you what I know than to tell you how I know what I know." But that was like, wow. I mean, he really subject matter. I mean, fluid. And you don't. People try to say what it was, that how he was able to do that, but I haven't seen it done.
Yeah.
So,
well,
what inspired you to write the book?
Good, Casey.
Well, one thing I want to say, a couple things. Actually, I'm gonna be in Austin next week, so hit me up. Maybe we can link up. Yeah.
All right.
The other thing is that I'm actually rewriting that book right now. I'm doing a revised and expanded edition, and basically rewriting it from scratch and taking the sections that are already in it and kind of reassimilating them, but adding maybe 50 or 60% new material. So I'll be excited to see what you think about the new one, the revised version. But we got into a little bit of this earlier before you joined. But for me, there's a certain point when I started getting interested in consciousness studies, and that's brought me to philosophy. And then I got started with Blavatsky, and it's really dense material. And but a thing I should say about, and Mitch, I think I've heard you do a lecture about talking about the relationship between Blavatsky and Hall. If I was going to compare Hall to one other person, it would be Blavatsky, because in this field of esoteric philosophy, you have different voices that are important, but sometimes they contradict each other about certain things. But with Blavatsky and Hall, there seems to be the closest alignment. And also, Hall has several lectures, articles, and some rare stuff that you can only get on that the manlyphall.info website, of just where he goes into Blavatsky's material and analyzes Blavatsky. And you can tell that he has, and I know he talked about at an early age he read Blavatsky, so those ideas were shaping his psyche at an early level when he was a teenager probably, or maybe before that. So there is a lot of alignment between the two. So I had started with Blavatsky, which is very dense, and then I went to Hall, and he was talking about the same materials, but that same material that Blavatsky was covering, but it was just so smooth. It was so easy to understand. He was unraveling these mysteries in just everyday language, and so so once I discovered him, which took a process, but then I really early recognized that this guy was, at least for me, like the teacher, because he was, these questions that I had, he was actually answering them. And I specifically remember earlier on, maybe the first book I read of his, I can't remember which one it was, but I remember having a literal eureka moment on my couch where had been struggling to understand this thing, and I read it and it clicked together, and I was just like, just by myself in my apartment, just like, yes, you know, that kind of a thing. So so he made a real impact on me, and then the more I delved into it, and the more time I put into it, the more it kept feeding me, and so it was worth it to keep going, because I kept learning more and more and putting more and more of the puzzle together. So, you know, I feel like he's the best teacher that we have.
What was that epiphany moment about? Like, in summary,
I think it might have been reading the Lectures on Ancient Philosophy book, which is the one I said I recommended.
That's companion to the Secret Teachings, I believe.
Yeah, that's the book I think that people should start with. And I can't remember what exactly the topic was, but it was just like a upwelling of energy and emotion, which you normally don't have when you're sitting quietly reading a book and underlining passages and stuff. But I just remember being like so excited that I had put this together, or he helped me put this, whatever it was. Because it clicked, and you could just get that. There's like a euphoria, almost
a realization, an epiphany. It's almost like you remembered something. You heard that idea that you're not actually learning something, you're remembering something. For me, it was the biological interpretation. Do you know what I mean? The brain, the spinal cord, how the Bible relates to your actual body.
Right.
And then just in the sexual like interpretations of it, how, you know, conserving yourself, you know what I mean? There's practices amongst that, and then transmutation and the ability to, you know, manifest, you know, death and regeneration, all that stuff, how it correlates to Pluto. Right. It's crazy. Do you know what I mean? And like at first when I learned the astrology part of it, I was just like, okay, you learn your sun sign. Then you learn the moon sign, what the rising does. Okay, that's cool. Then you learn all the rest of the planets and realize, yo, this all is as above, so below. Mm-hmm. This is as within, so without. All of these planets are inside us. And the astrology charts used to look like Chinese to me. Like, I don't know what this is. I can't identify it. Now that I learned the houses,
right,
and you realize what it means to have the Pluto in your first house or something like that, or the sun in the sixth house, and the Virgo energy that can bring in, it's pretty intense. Do you know what I mean? And it doesn't make sense at first, but intuitively, there's an intuitive understanding. And I think once you see that in people, and you're able to like see the signs in people, and like, yo, that guy's a Sagittarius and he's a Sagittarius, and they're very similar. Mm-hmm. And you can't be taught that. You have to experience that. And that's been the most incredible thing for me. But for me, I like the biological interpretation, because when you learn that, you know, Mars in a certain aspect is gonna like affect you, like, because Mars and Saturn are the malefics.
Right.
So if you have like Mars in Pisces, you have to watch out for foot problems. If you have Mars in Libra, you have to watch out for kidney problems. Mm-hmm. Like, that is so interesting.
Yeah, and it gives I can relate to that because it gives it an objectivity. Mm. Because it becomes concrete now, and another interesting thing is getting to Manly Hall stuff about the anatomy, esoteric anatomy, is when he takes a breakdown of the elements of the body, for example, like the spinal cord, and then he's like, let's go over here and look at these sections of scripture, like say in the Bible, like clearly this is referencing that. So the people who wrote the Bible clearly had some further knowledge than they lead on. You know what I mean? That there's levels to it, and then that. Putting those together then makes you realize that there's more to go into here, but it's worth doing because there has to be something here about this connection. This can't be arbitrary, you know.
I wonder if real quick, I wonder if Manly ever met up with Rod Sterling and the maker of Twilight Zone.
Oh,
yeah.
For a second, I thought about talking about the Clippers owner.
Huh?
Never mind.
Yeah, and gave him and kind of build with him because his shows were Twilight Zone. They were out of this world. Yeah, you know,
especially for the 50s or whenever it was coming out. Yeah.
It was around during the same time too. That's something to look into.
Yeah. I don't know the answer to that, but
I like seeing the aspects, of Cain and Abel being like the left brain and the right brain as hemispheres, as an interpretation. Or like people talk about Sodom and Gomorrah, and that clearly is representing male and female. And if you watch like an Avengers, they got that girl named Gamora.
right.
And that's like a divine feminine. It's like, like a little bit of the comic book world is integrating some of this stuff too.
Yeah. I wonder how much of that is intentional. It may or not be, or may not be, but it's interesting.
It's intentional. I can guarantee it's intentional. I'm just shocked for a minute. I didn't know, AD, I didn't even know you read any of Manly.
I didn't. I got all this from like Santos Bonacci and YouTube and like taking. I didn't actually read the books, but like I listened to Santos and I understood the biological interpretation, and then going into Google and just understanding it from there. Because once you learn the basics, it's like the piano. Once you know a few scales, you're able to like make a few songs. So once you understand the basics of some of the astrology, you're able to put two and two together. And then everything else is just learning the references to the Bible. Do you know what I mean? And for me, the one who really made it happen, Santos was great. But like I said, Bill Donahue, he was the one showing you specifically, this is that. And this is about raising your Christ. Do you know what I mean? And the gifts and the Santa Claustrum in the brain. You know what I mean? And those are your Christmas gifts. All that stuff. And then the pineal gland. And Jacob went to the land of Pineal or something like that. And there was a small stone. All these little things, I can go on and on, but so interesting.
I haven't heard. I read from Manly. I read Occult Anatomy. It's a smaller pamphlet. I've also read the the Grand Symbol of the Mysteries. Yeah, I rarely find anyone that would read this. It could be a hard read for some.
Yeah,
struggle through it, and but now it's nothing. I would tell you, just like Jordan Maxwell. Jordan Maxwell was a student of Manly.
Right.
I haven't heard anybody touch. I believe Alexander called Manly an emissary. You should read. It's like hearing a song that they sampled in hip hop and going and hearing the original. Manly is an architect of that. I remember when Jordan Maxwell was on the Podcraft, and I asked him some questions about it. But I like to read the new stuff. I even that's when I'm also hearing Mitch work on his audio book and trying to flesh out a lot of these concepts is good, because I don't know if people are reading like that now, so they need it a little bit more digestible. But for me, like a book like Man, the Grand Symbol of the Mysteries, if you can read that, it's covered. And you may find that those that appear to be popular now are really actually pulling from Manly, and I'm not talking about inspired, but even the foundation he laid, they're adding to it, or maybe a little bit, changing the terms. That's what this is so intriguing to me about Manly, is that I'm like, well, he didn't have Google or the internet, so how did he get that?
Right.
Right? Alexander does touch on it. Haven't heard too many people speak on it. These ghostly persons that are behind these big men. Like when you see someone, Manly said, and that does something great, usually there's someone or something behind it. It's kind of been like this tradition of greatness.
If I could make a comment on that, the closest that Manly Hall came, in my opinion, to describing what you're talking about and his relationship to it is in a book called The Guru. Have you guys read that one? It's a short one. It's very approachable. It's kind of like a story. It's not really like a lot of his other stuff, which is very, breaking down systems of thought. This one's told in a narrative style. And it's set in India, and it's about a guy who is a type of guru figure that we kind of would think about. Someone kind of like a Ramakrishna, or I don't even know if I got that name right, but he's like an Indian sage type, and he's working with his disciples. And this guy is communicating with them basically through ESP. and working a lot of miracles in their lives. But he is that it's that relationship between a master and guru, and he says that, or excuse me, a guru and a disciple. And in the very beginning of that book, he says that that the person he's describing in this book is not his guru, but is basically a composite of a type of person that he's known before. And then at the end of the book, he describes that beyond the guru, that who's like the protagonist in the book, that that this figure has an even higher teacher, and I can't remember what he calls that. And this is like basically somebody who is doesn't take on physical form, but is a basically like a bodhisattva type figure, or a great angelic being, and so it's this hierarchy of relationships that he's describing, and but the fact that in the very beginning of it, he just makes this casual reference that this is not my guru, but this is a type of person I know. It seems like he's making this kind of sly reference that this is the world that he's inhabiting and perhaps drawing from and being inspired by to produce the works that he did.
Yes. I remember that there's I think there's a little inscription, like when you first open the book, he tells you that, right? It's right there.
Yeah.
And he calls him like a lord, and he said, but he's a man.
Yeah.
But it's a composite of that. I remember that, reading those, because I think the guru is like short stories.
Yeah, it's like it's like a short book. It's like a novella, basically.
Yeah. Yeah.
We got a super chat right here. I'm going to give him a shout out. It's from Minty Hotep. She says, question to the guests. When you're called into certain practices, do you have to be 100% devoted to your work and practice and not a partner? Thank you.
I'll give an effort at exchanging on that. I have to jump in about 5 minutes, and it's been such a pleasure to hear from everybody. My sense is that a path requires total commitment, but in the world, I don't think we're called as 21st century beings to exist outside the world. Relationships, workaday needs, financial needs, these are all things that are in play, even as that individual is so hungry that reaching for a breakthrough sense of self, which can come and go very fleetingly, is wanted, like a man might be grasping for air. I think that passion is necessary. That passion is the only element that really carries us anywhere, but it doesn't require us to be outside of life. I've never been outside of life. I have 2 sons. I maintain a household, and I think a person is called by passion, but not by isolation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, Manly Hall says basically that the earth itself is the temple, and that the way you live your life is your practice. And as far as whether you should link, whether it's important to, or the path is for you to develop on your own or work with another, I like to think that that there could be many people that you work with. I think it might be dangerous to commit yourself solely to one person because you become dependent upon them in different ways. But the path is our lives and how we live them, and in the course of living your lives, you'll have many different soulmates or teachers or even people that you're teaching. You'll have these dynamic relationships. But I mean, that's my best take on that question.
I must run. I have to wish everybody a good night, and I'm very grateful to Killah Priest and AD, Hakem, Alex. I'm looking forward to the revision of your book. It's very exciting, and I know there's a lot of good things coming.
Thanks, Mitch. It was great talking with you, and next time I'm in New York, let's all link up.
Yeah,
very
man.
good. All right, thanks, y'all.
Mitch,
Priest,
thank you.
Mitch Horowitz.
Thank you. Thank you all very, very much. Hakem, thank you.
Thank you, Mitch.
Good night, y'all. See you soon.
Yeah. Nice. Hakim, are you still there? All right. So that's the book right there, man. How when did this drop?
Well, the story of this is that so I have a podcast called The Wisdom Tradition, and I have a Substack that's associated with it. And when I eventually, I spent like 10 years, 15 years maybe, in the research mode, and I never wrote anything. And I tried to write stuff, but I was never happy with it, and I would abandon it. It was really hard to take this big encompassing topics that we're dealing with and then put it into a linear narrative. And so I struggled with the writing part and how to communicate it. And every time I wrote a draft and ultimately abandoned it, I learned something new, and I learned where my shortcomings were in terms of what I didn't know, and what I needed to go back to the lab on, so to speak. And so, so instead of writing a big book, I started writing posts on my Substack and talking about those posts on my podcast. And then eventually, I kind of envisioned a long series where I was going to try to represent the scope of Manly Hall's work and what I had learned from it, starting at Atlantis and moving forward up into today, the present era. And so I started doing that, and that became this series of like around 9 different multi-part series. So it started off with Atlantis, and then I talk about Pythagoras. I have a series on him, and then I had a series on Plato, and then I had a series on I'm trying to remember, it's been a while. But anyway, it was multiple parts, and then at the very end of it, and it was all interpreting Manly Hall's teachings about these various areas. And then at the end of it, I wanted to write about Manly P. Hall and his life and time. So where I had covered what he had said about all these different subject areas, but I hadn't talked about him. And so at the very end, the last series that I did was on Manly P. Hall in the 20th century. And so that book focuses on what he said about events that were taking place during his lifetime, because he talked about World War II, for example. I mean, he had his journal, which is called Horizon, during the Second World War, and he talked about it a lot. The meaning of it, the philosophy. Why does war happen? Why does evil happen? So I wanted to cover that material, and so that book was really the last of that long series. And then the reason I wanted to rewrite it is because the original version of it was just focused on a relatively small section of his teachings, because I had done all these other sections before that. And I really wanted to make something that encompassed some of the stuff I was covering in those earlier series that led up to the material that became that book. So in this new version, I'm synthesizing, condensing a lot of what I talked about before and putting it into this. And so that's sort of like the story of how that book came about. And I always wanted to go back and try to do a better version of it and a more complete version of it. And to make like the definitive book on the philosophy of Manly P. Hall and a survey of what he said. And so I didn't feel like that book really accomplished the full goal. So that's what's prompting me to go back and do this new version of it.
He covers a lot of, I guess what's called syncretism, right?
Synchronicities?
Or syncretism. Like the idea that all religions, all philosophies are all one.
Comparative
syncretism.
It's comparative religion. Yeah,
right.
Manly big. He was that's one of the things when you're looking at him, we'll take like the Bible and then show you the similarities in Hinduism and Buddhism. He was definitely, I think in one of his bios, it tells you that he was big, and he suggested comparative religion, like learning all these religions so that you could see the similarities in them all. So I think that also helped.
Yeah, I can comment on that. I would say usually when someone has a big breakthrough in consciousness and has a download about the larger mysteries of life, their inclination is to put forward their own original version of teachings. and so they're going to have their own system of philosophy. And I think what Manly Hall chose to do instead was to take that download and say, this is how these ideas that I experienced and, you know, whatever illumined state that he got or he attained, that he was, instead of creating his own original system, he was like, I'm going to tell that story, or I want to explain these ideas by doing a survey of all the previous teachings that the great, you know, luminaries of the past have given us. So, for example, so he'll go into Pythagoras and he'll go into the details about what he says, and he'll show you that, you know, they align with what, you know, esoteric Buddhism says, or Hermeticism, as Mitch was talking about earlier. So in that way, he does reveal this idea that all the great philosophies are part of one tradition, because there's only one actual experience of illumination, no matter what cultural background you have, no matter what time that you lived in. And that's why, and it's that objective fact of the possibility of having a transcendent experience that's available to anybody that makes it possible for, or which explains the fact that all these ancient traditions all say the same thing, approaching it from different angles, because there only is one truth.
Nice. And it correlates also to, I mean, there are some things I'm sure he says that talk about how the kingdom of heaven is within. Mm-hmm. But is it also an actual place? Or what someone would call that source?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? But like, you can experience heaven on earth and you can experience hell on earth.
Right.
They're like inner states. Do you know what I mean? And like, without going into conspiracies about how this world works and who runs this world and if it's really under demonic possession and everything. And I'm not even going to speak about Hollywood. Right. You know what I mean? But it's definitely a war of light versus dark. Mm-hmm. You know, it's like we're in the middle of Star Wars.
Yeah.
And everyone's accusing the other side of being the dark side.
Right. Yeah. The one of the great, you know, mysteries is how do you deal with these ideas of God and spirituality, and at the same time come to face with, you know, the kind of things, for example, that we're now learning about with the Epstein, you know, releases, just like the depravity of this class. And so, you know, how do you rectify these two things? And I think Carl Jung, actually, for me, I always come back to Carl Jung's concept of the shadow and the idea of the collective shadow, which is basically this idea that all things are in consciousness, and consciousness is developing, you know, through time. It's perfecting the form, but it's a work in progress, and so the imperfections of this process as it's going on, those imperfections, we experience them while they're existing as evil, for example. So it's not ultimately a battle of good versus evil, because the only truth in philosophy, the only truth is good. Evil is actually illusion. So it's a battle of wisdom versus ignorance, and that these things that we're watching are a manifestation of ignorance, superstition, and fear, for example, the three great evils of philosophy. But the people who, you know, just to put this in the language of Christianity, the people who commit evils are still our brothers in Christ, so to speak, because it's only Christ is the one unified concept of unified consciousness of man. So the idea that all things are based in unity, you know, the existence of evil is taking place within unity somehow. Mm. There's some mysterious way where it's allowed to happen as a phase that things are going, that you know, mankind has to. And there's also the idea of karma. You create good karma and bad karma. Well, bad karma that lingers on within you that you don't address manifests as these compulsions that you can't even explain. I mean, I bet you the people who are committing these atrocities that are being described in these documents that are being revealed couldn't explain the compulsion within themselves to do it. Mm-hmm. But when you add in a resource like this idea of karma, then you can begin to make sense of this thing in which we have a universe of deity or goodness or consciousness or oneness, and yet these terrible things happen.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, also the church confuses people into thinking that the devil is this separate person or separate evil thing that needs to be destroyed. When once you learn the astrotheology and know that Satan is Saturn, Lucifer is Venus, all the planets are within us, that means the devil is already in us.
Right.
As part of the natural creation. So all we need to do is basically be aware of that, be knowledgeable of that, and control that.
Yeah.
Same thing when they say about how you have to destroy your ego. Well, we need the ego. The ego is part of our survival.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? But you have these people who are, the practicing monks that'll destroy their own ego, completely wipe it out so that they exist with no ego, but it was a natural part of who humans are built to have. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, we start to realize, okay, well, all of this stuff is necessary. Our only job is to learn of it and balance it.
Yeah, that's the key, is the equilibrium factor.
To know thyself.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. The ego is an aspect of your mind. Like you wouldn't exist without the ego. It's the part of your mind or your consciousness that's being focused into the form. So you need to have the ego, but if your ego's in balance or you have an ego complex, then that's what drives, negative behavior. There's also an important thing, the polarity between positive and negative, or spirit and matter, and the creation that we inhabit only exists because this polarity has been created. If the polarity had been created, there would just be the unified field. So for the unified field to enter into a creative mode, this polarization has to occur within it. So the negative factor in that, which is matter, is not innately evil. It's just it's part of the polarity that has to happen for the creative process to occur. And so it's when the relationship between these positive negative poles becomes imbalanced, and the negative aspect overly expresses itself, that you live in a time of evil. And the simplest way I can describe the existence of where we are today within this polarity is something that actually Manly Hall, he doesn't talk a lot about, but he makes references to it, which is the idea of the Kali Yuga, or the dark age of Hindu philosophy. So there's 4 yugas, and these basically equate to spring, summer, fall, and winter. And Kali Yuga is the winter stage of that. So when we look out at winter time, let's say you're in the Northeast and all of the leaves fall from the trees and it looks like everything's dying. On first glance, you might say that's evil, but that's a necessary stage that nature has to go into. Yeah. In order, summer wouldn't have meaning without the winter, Sleep. So it's this fundamental property of time cycles that you have this winter stage, and this idea is that we are actually in this winter stage at this moment in time, and that explains a lot of the materialism and the egotism and the lack of consciousness, the lack of appreciation of the mysteries of life, living completely on the surface. Well, if you were going to have a civilization going through the winter phase or the Kali Yuga of its life cycle, you would expect to find something like this. Yeah.
Well, if we're in the age of Aquarius, we're technically in the age of winter, right?
Well, Manly Hall has a rare book that I'm actually referencing, and I'm gonna have a chapter about in this revised version of the book that I'm talking about. And I think you can only get it on eBay if you can find a rare copy of it. But it's called The Piscean Age: A System of World Prophecy, and he gives his dating for when he says that when the Piscean Age began and when it ends and when the Aquarian Age will begin. And he puts the beginning of the Piscean Age, this is actually very interesting, he puts it at 325 AD, which coincides with the Council of Nicaea and actually the sort of formal birth of the Christian religion, and also symbolizing the decline of the pre-Christian or pagan philosophies. Right. So that whole era of civilization of the age of the gods and the great temples of antiquity, all across the world, that old civilization pattern comes to a decline gradually, but it really bottoms out at around the time of this 325 AD period. I mean, it's more of an extended on either side a few hundred years, and that's called the Axial Age. But it's fascinating that the Piscean Age begins during this critical period when actually Christianity is first formalized as a religion. And then he goes through, if you take that as the beginning date.
This is Manly
Paul, in this book called The Piscean Age: A System of World Prophecy. he breaks down the geometry of how this time cycle of 2,160 years unfolds. So every time cycle has certain power points in it. So the main power points are at the quarter marks. So 25%, 50%, 75% going around. So the midpoint of that cycle is the Renaissance in Europe. So the first half of it was just like bottoming out, particularly in the West, focusing on the West. In Europe, the bottoming out of civilization in a way that of the intellectual traditions that had been actually reached somewhat of a high point during the era of like Pythagoras, Plato, Buddha, when they were coming around, so around 600 BC.
Right.
Well, with the decline of classical civilization, moving from the beginning of the Piscean Age towards its midpoint, that kind of culminating arc comes with the Renaissance, and then you have this now you have this upward movement. But the coming full circle, the ending of that, if you do the math on it, if you start at 325 AD and you add 2,160 to it, you get around 2,400 AD. So around 400 years from now is the official motion of the sun into the sign of Aquarius, according to this system that he lays out. But he also goes into the sub areas of this cycle, and he analyzes the current moment according to this like way of analyzing astrological cycles. And guess what the current cycle is that we're in the sub. There's actually an astrological sign that is synonymous with it. I don't remember what it is at the moment, but anyway, the current theme of the era that we're living to as we're moving towards eventually this age of Aquarius is it's called or he says the keynote of it is the fight against industrial tyranny. And he wrote, this is originally written back in the 1940s.
Oh wow!
But this couldn't be more accurate to describing our present moment.
See tomorrow.
Yeah.
Or to see so many years ahead. That's incredible.
Yeah.
What was his education?
He had almost no formal education because he moved around a lot as a child. He grew up with his grandmother. His parents were divorced, and his dad kind of dropped out of the picture, and his mom was an interesting woman. She was like a healer, a chiropractic, but she went to Alaska and worked in the oil fields and kind of left him with his grandmother. His grandmother was a very interesting and free-willed person, and when her husband died, she inherited some money. She sold the house, and then just traveled basically with young Manly Hall at her side, and they went place to place. And so he would enroll in school, but then have to drop out when they moved to a new town. And so he was very much self-educated and kind of was a prodigy. I mean, he was a prodigy from early on, and so he doesn't have really any formal education. I mean, we can't even really pinpoint someone that he would have really grown up under, like a mentor or something like that. I mean,
Alexander, can I not to interrupt you? That adds a little bit to the mystique about Manly, right? That didn't have this formal education, but I think I read it in Master of the Mysteries that wasn't at a certain point in time. I know he was with the Church of the People.
Yeah.
The Church of the People. And then he also was around Max Hendel and his wife of the Rosicrucian Cosmos conception out of Oceanside, California.
Yeah. That's true. That's the closest thing you could say, but he didn't spend a long period of time with them. Yeah. And I've actually looked at some of Max Heindel's work, and I mean, it's clear that Manly Hall is not just being his work isn't just derivative of Max Heindel's. Max Heindel's, I think, is more of like, it's kind of like a poor man's Blavatsky in a way.
Yeah, they call that like mystic Christianity, right? The other side of the Rosicrucians that, that you don't hear. You have the AMRC, and then you have the Fellowship of the Rosicrucians, Rosicrucian Fellowship. I read a lot of Max Hendel. I think he was great with astrology. Yeah, he wrote some great stuff on astrology. Yeah, but I could get with you, like poor man's Blavatsky.
He's not breaking new ground, whereas Manly Hall broke a lot of new ground, and he began doing it by the age of 20, as we were talking about earlier. And the Church of the People, I'm glad you remembered. I couldn't remember the name earlier. Just before you got on, we were talking about it, and that was the church that he first developed his public speaking experience. That was the one that he attended, and and then the guy who was the pastor at the time, because this was a very liberal church, and it was very much, even though it was Christian, it was very much bringing in other traditions. And the guy who was the original pastor was a Freemason, and I presumably that's how Manly Hall got linked up with the Masons to begin lecturing only a year or two later at the Scottish Rite Lodge in San Francisco. But this guy left, and this is talked about in that book, the biography you're talking about, which I think is a good biography to read, but I think the person who wrote it doesn't understand the mystical side of, he didn't really understand the teachings, and he doesn't understand the greatness of Manly Hall. So he kind of looks at Manly Hall as someone as a curiosity, but he does do some good work in terms of just digging up details about his life. So
which book are you referring to?
The one that you're talking about, The Master of the Mysteries.
Yeah. So yeah, that was probably one of the first ones I heard, but there are a lot of different sources to bounce off. I didn't get the mysticism from Manly, and I'll tell you this, and I told Priest this a few days ago. You've probably, to me, come the closest to what I feel Manly was. I read much of it, of what people wrote on him, and a younger man, calling the PRS and asking, was he really murdered? You know, they referred me to the librarian, and she was saying that, you know, you have to call the LAPD. You know, I was like fanatical like that about me. So, and I'm listening to you close to see, you know, you had a great grasp of Manly, and even the flow of your writing, it's similar to how Manly wrote. I like that. I hadn't seen that yet.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Yeah. Actually, there's one part. Let me grab my book bag. There's one passage from Manly Hall I want to read out just to give you guys a glimpse of like where he describes the mystical experience, the experience of illumination, and it's so beautiful. And when you hear this, you're like, this guy had to have experienced this to write like this. But give me 1 second. Let me grab it.
And then we're gonna have AD explain his spiritual mystical experience. Yeah, that's crazy. I'm both Pisces. No.
You talking about the
out of body? Yeah. I mean, but that's crazy. Both of y'all Pisces.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I did not know that Manly P was a Pisces.
I ain't gonna hold that against Manly that he a Pisces like AD. They say that the Pisces is the most psychic sign out of the zodiac.
Yeah, technically, also the female Pisces are more psychic than we are, because they're not cluttered by all the testosterone that we got.
What was AD? What was Edgar Casey's zodiac sign?
Let me check.
You don't need to check. I'm right here, AD.
Oh,
your Chat GPT.
Oh, right? So the Chat GPT. I don't know.
What do you think he is? What do you think he is?
Is he a Pisces too?
Here you go.
Wow.
Check that though.
What about?
I looked it up. It's March. His birthday's on March 18th.
Oh wow.
So that's like right on the cusp, isn't it?
It's a third deacon.
No. Yeah. Well,
okay.
Third deacon.
Shout out to Jody Southworth. The chat room is always on point. I seen it in the chat room.
Oh yeah.
Stuff out we go, man.
All right, let me read. This is kind of an extended passage, so we'll just go slow and walk through it. But all right, this is from the book The Phoenix from 1931. So this is Manly Hall at around 30 years old.
It's called The Phoenix?
He wrote, one of the books is called The Phoenix, yeah.
And what year?
Written in 1931.
That's crazy.
And this book actually might be a good place for people to start. Maybe if I was going to say a second book I would recommend for newcomers would be this book, The Phoenix.
What would you say was the first book was?
The Lectures on Ancient Philosophy.
1931.
Which was 1928.
Esoteric Science. The questions and answers. Have you do have that?
Which one? I'm sorry.
The Fundamentals of Esoteric Science. Questions and answers.
Questions and answers. Yeah, I have that one.
Yeah, in Questions and Answers, what you're getting ready to read, he has probably a small modified version of it. What is the mystical experience?
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a good point. Questions and Answers is also a good one for newcomers,
because you can just kind of click around and look at questions, how it's set up, and then you can go right to that and see what the question is and how he answers. And I think it's the compilation of many questions that he was asked in the public, or maybe sometime from the journals.
Yeah. In the journal articles, every issue he has a small question and answer section, but some of the times he'll give a 5-page answer to a question. And I've never seen one good thing that should happen at some point is to put together like a compendium of these questions and answers that he put out in the journal, because a lot of them are really interesting.
Right.
But let's go into this description. So this is this is a long one, but it's beautiful.
All right.
So he starts off, he says, "We will suppose that though you are a valley dweller," and he's referencing the idea of Plato in the cave. So the valley dweller is a reference to Plato's allegory of the cave. So we will suppose that though you are a valley dweller, living your physical life in the shadow of matter, with the penetrating faculty of realization, you have come to know of that larger world which lies beyond the encircling hills. You have learned that somewhere, yes, everywhere, a divine radiance is diffusing itself. A radiance which from its very nature is the substance of perfection of all things. While bound by body, with its impulses and instincts, to the humidity of the inferior sphere, in other words, matter, the earth, you may yet yearn for a fuller consciousness. With this mood strong upon you, and enriched with reason, which is the alchemical gold of thought, you make the effort to retire a little into the subjective and eternal state, there to seek that peace which surpasseth all mortal understanding. So he's talking about right here, just getting into the mood of you're about to enter meditation.
Yeah.
But this is your orientation. You're bringing reason into it, which means you've trained your mind.
Right.
And you also have this kind of pure desire to open yourself up.
Put on the seatbelt.
Experience something more. You have a belief that something more is to be experienced.
Right.
So you're entering into it.
Right.
He says, as selfishness and the narrowing concepts which bind the masses to their wheel of pain are erased from your awareness, now that you're entering into this state, forgotten in the thrill of truth, you become a citizen of a new world. You are one with universal vistas. Your soul thrills as though touched by the vibration of a celestial harmony. And through every part of yourself, you feel that same pulsing which radiates from the unnumbered stars of heaven. The little planet which men call Earth grows smaller and smaller beneath you until it ceases to even be a speck in chaos. All the things which once seemed so great to the physical perceptions become as inconsiderable as the fading sphere itself. Life is newly found. All relationships are readjusted by the greater vision and the broader view. Those small concerns which in our ignorance we have given false emphasis are now revealed in their true proportions, and they dominate us no more. Still, upward and onward, lifted high upon the wings of meditation, we ascend beyond the stars, farther and farther, until even the flickering lights of the heavens utterly vanish in the immensity of being. Nothing remains but eternity itself. There is neither coming nor going, neither now nor then, neither me nor thee, only endlessness extending endlessly. And in the midst of all this wonder is the tiny bubble of human consciousness thrilling amid the infinitudes of duration, its thin walls ready to shatter in the inconceivable vastness. All concepts and conceptions alike are gone. Things are a forgotten dream. There is nothing but you in space, and you are reeling within space, swirled even beyond ecstasy. Then, perchance, if it is permissible to descend to symbolism, and thus attempt to describe that which in its very nature is undescribable, you may perceive faintly, so very faintly, the almost indistinguishable outline of that vast power which reposes forever upon the serpent couch of space, enthroned upon the very vastness of infinity. There you shall perceive the unborn and undying Lord seated above the whole mystery of the worlds and supporting, by the slender thread of his contemplation, the vast pageantry of existence. The little atom, which is you, thrills towards the very presence of the unaging one. As you gaze upward into that great face, immovable throughout all time, the expressionless face, which changes but is ever inscrutable, lifeless and deathless, the last vestige of self is swept away. You are utterly lost in your contemplation. You cease, but the contemplation goes on. Then for a moment, at the very climax of meditation, there may come to those who have mastered the mystery of law, that inconceivable instant, that moment that lasts forever, that forever which is only a moment. You cease. You melt into the very being of the eternal meditator. You are identical with the dreaming Lord of the world. His eyes are your eyes. His parts and members are your parts and members. His meditation is your meditation, and apart from him, you have no existence. In this instant of identity, you are the world. Time and space are within you. Eternity is captured, circumscribed as it were by the awareness of your meditation. You are all that is, that was, or ever shall be. Your realization is perfect. Your being is no longer an atom dancing in the midst of the world. Now the world is an atom dancing in the midst of you. You are the very Lord whose sleeping is creation. You are also this Lord when he awakes, and by this very act dissolves that creation, which is but an infinite dream. When this dreamer, which is now you, and this you, which is now the dreamer, shall awaken from this last sleep, even being and not being cease to exist. Beyond even the vast circles of meditation lies an immensity that neither is nor is not. The substance of this discovery cannot be communicated, and every effort to capture it in terms of mortal sense perception produces but a distorted and meaningless shadow that in no way reveals the actuality. How inadequate must all efforts be to describe that victorious moment when the substance of all things and the ultimate of all endeavor is realized. Nor can it even be intimated. But those who have it have learned what it is, and those who have not found it cannot understand. Then comes the test of high purpose and true integrity, for from this luminous sufficiency we must return again into the narrow bondage of the flesh. It is difficult to come back to material oppression, to descend from that condition of attunement with the all, and be cramped into the small state of some terrestrial creature clinging desperately to the moist body of the earth. To return from the infinite to the finite, from the grand sweep of universal light to the dull routine of mortal existence, is like pouring the very stars of heaven into a yogi's water vessel. We have grown too large for our small body, and with a sickening sensation we try to fit our new perspective into this mortal coil. But this is in reality the very mystery of the incarnation of the universal spirit into matter. The will reasserts itself, its purpose redefined. This is the last part. Although we have fallen again into the mortal state, and the hills have enclosed once more into our narrow valley, some of the grandeur of the vision survives. We can never be quite what we were before. Thus, meditation brings into our material existence the substance of a new courage and a higher purpose. And in this, it accomplishes inconceivable good. Doubts are gone, contradictions are cleared away. Enriched with the supreme realization that the ultimate destiny of each is to become the all, that all life flows inevitably into the infinite, we come to understand that, in the end, the imperfect parts will be mingled in a common perfection. Lifted above all disaster by this knowledge, we march triumphantly down the ages to that great day when our union with reality will be perfect and eternal. So you read that, written by Manly Hall at 30 years old, and you're like, yo, this man has to have had experienced that to write so beautifully about that passage, you know?
That was, oh golly gee, that was during that time. AD speaking like that, oh golly gee. Yo, dad, that reminds me of a song I did. That's crazy, yo. That's crazy, man. Yo, that's crazy. He was gone.
Yeah.
It was no longer there. But yeah, he's definitely one of the ones.
But it was that experience that's the source of his greatness. Like it's that explains Manly Hall, and you can't understand Manly Hall unless you understand that passage.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah.
He was walking into light.
He does speak in a profound way that makes you force yourself to pay attention.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, whoa.
Well, he brings you there, and he brings it there and you there. Yeah. So you meet at that moment.
But he doesn't sensationalize it. He's saying it like it's a fact as much as night and day, you know?
Yeah, you could read something from Manly. Yeah, he does. That's the word. He doesn't sensationalize it, because I would be thrown off by it, and it would date itself.
Right.
It would speak to the time when he spoke that, right?
Right.
Alexander was reading that on the mystical experience. I went and got the fundamentals of esoteric science, and I looked up what he said. What is the mystical experience? You should probably look at that, because it's different from the one you read.
Mm-hmm.
Smaller, but it even, he captures another. It's just a different way he came at it, and it's smooth. It's just can I read something? A paragraph from it.
Yeah, please.
Man, please.
He read this when I got up. He said
on at the Podcraft today. It's on. It's lyrics.
He said most people die without ever discovering what life really is. They float along on the surface of phenomenal existence, accepting without question the commonplace as the real. To accept the routine of eating, sleeping, and working as life is to accept the lesser in the presence of the greater. To be satisfied even with learning is to be less than self. Yet the outside world, with its attachments and responsibilities, seems very near and very real. And the sphere of the sages, with the implicit detachment, seems very distant and very difficult to accomplish. The mystical experience shows the error of the viewpoint of this viewpoint. In reality, it is the world that is far away, and the peace of the inner life that is very near. That's man.
Bam.
Yo. Oh man, I need him on the track. That was fire. That he was doing this in 1930.
At age 30.
At age 30.
Like that kind of thing is like at the culmination of, we would normally think a philosopher at the culmination of their career, of their life, might have a glimpse of that, and he clearly had it by the time he emerged on the scene at 21.
I'm an even bigger fan now.
Yeah,
that was great.
Try to figure out how was he able,
right?
And it is almost to trivialize the God in him, you know. If and maybe it's best to be just experienced. He talks that about the Westerner, how he approaches it, he intellectualizes everything. He said, I remember speaking about science. He said, science reads the pages of nature, but they don't know what they're reading.
He's a poet, right?
Yeah. I mean,
also,
naturally,
oh man!
And when I come out there, I'll bless you with a copy. I have a few of them.
Please.
He wrote some mystical poetry. I think forgot what the name of the book is. I have here. He did everything. He sculpted, artist, all of that. It's very balanced with it.
Well.
What was to your knowledge? What was Tesla's? What was Tesla's view on Manly?
Well, that is a good question. I don't recall Tesla. I don't recall Manly actually discussing Tesla, although he does. And this is something I talk about in the book. He does have sections where he talks about the mystery of the UFO. He says it's part of a human thing.
Right.
He says the idea of aliens coming and visiting us is the realm of science fiction. He's saying this back in the 50s.
Wow.
And he gives a lot of supportive evidence that is in complete alignment with my own research on the topic, my own theories, which are presented in this book, The Coming World Nation.
Yeah.
But if you're just stepping aside and just looking at Tesla, because I do talk about Tesla in this book, Tesla was clearly a mystic in his own right. And his inventions and his ideas came to him internally through meditation. He was a very eccentric guy, but he was clearly somebody. When I look at someone like Tesla, like this is someone who was born into the world to fulfill a task. Because without Tesla, the modern industrial age would never have happened. Like forget about Tesla's his later inventions and the idea that he had invented certain things that were confiscated. I think that's true.
Right.
But just looking at the AC. The alternating current that he developed is what allowed the industrial age to occur, and it was basically it was his contest with Edison that was like one of the defining parts of Tesla's life. But the fact that Edison had the direct current model, and then Tesla, like completely original to him, came up with this alternating current idea, which became the standard, which allowed the industrial age to happen, and then allowed the modern electric age to occur. And that discovery, he says it, was something that came into him either through a meditation or a dream or something. And all his inventions actually came almost fully formed to him.
Right.
And that he would, like Hall, we said earlier, Hall dictated.
Right.
He didn't directly write. He dictated everything. He just, and then someone else read it.
Is that's true? I heard that. I didn't know. I asked Mitch about it, I think. So he did dictate to his secretary?
Yeah, I think in the biography, Master of the Mysteries, it talks about that. They're relatively, like, very early on, Manly Hall stopped writing and would dictate everything.
Wow, he's like Jay-Z.
Yeah.
Right.
I want to say something right there on that point that you asked about Tesla, and did Tesla mention Manly? I don't get the impression for everything I read on him that Manly, he's known for the secret teachings of all ages, right? That's like his most famous book.
Right.
It would be equivalent to Your Heavy Mental,
Right.
and then or Karis One's Criminal Boogie Down Productions Criminal Minded.
Right.
Manly wasn't the pop guy. He wasn't the sensationalism. So he was the
Got you.
he had the hip hop, he had the classic,
Right.
but everybody may not know all that he wrote, right?
Yeah.
They just go back to secret teachings of all ages. Like, well, what happened to him?
Right.
I think in hindsight, everyone was like, oh, wow, right? But it's just like how hip hop is. It's the same way. Karis One and Killah Priest still making albums just as good, if not better, than his debut, right?
Thank you.
But the commercialism, he said that he was critical of occultism and these you had fake. Then too, he said that they turned the science into like a metaphysical breadline. Business, peace, power, and plenty.
Yeah.
Right? So basically, he was like a hip hop artist. It's like, yo, that's not real. That's not real hip hop. They're doing it for the money,
Right.
for the gold. But I'm over here, doing it for real. But it's not, because it's not glittery and it's not that and this. It's kind of like only the really truth seekers. It was like, you know what I mean? Like,
Right, you had to look for him.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point. And I mean, I feel like Manly Hall, you could only, something I talked about early, like at the very beginning of the podcast, but the way he littered the most like precious jewels of knowledge, it was all over. And it wasn't just in his most popular books. It would be in some random journal article or just a lecture that you might come across will have the keys to unraveling certain mysteries about certain subject matters. So I think he did it that way with the idea that he wasn't, during his lifetime, he was never going to be appreciated, or the full scope of his teaching. You had to, in retrospect, look at the whole career after it was finished to really put together the whole thing about what he was saying about all the different areas that he talked about. So
I don't know. I think in the Master of the Mystery, they tried to show the frailty, the human side, I guess.
Yeah.
But I don't think he cared, because he advised a lot of time about not going down that road of trying to impress, or if you were trying to, all of these people that would come to him. He did like 40 years of public service of, people coming to him, but coming in and you wanting to learn to meditate and be one with the universe. He was just like, man, learning to conduct your life properly, maybe start there. And he was even saying about, breathing techniques in attempt to become psychic. He said if the human being lived right, it would naturally unfold. You don't want to hear that. You're like, man, so you're going to show me how to do it? Yeah.
That's a good
So
point.
it was really not about the gimmicks and the flashing lights and stuff. And very balanced, especially in the Western world.
Yeah.
Because did you ever hear about what he said about what happened when, when yoga became the thing in the West, and a lot of Westerners took up the practice of it, right? And what happened was some of them died. If they didn't die, they were put in like a mental institution because of some of the breathing techniques that were more so designed for Eastern people. He called them Orientalists, right?
Right.
And he said these two things. He said the Westerner doing these exercises underestimated the postures, and the Easterners underestimated the Westerners, and people died from that. He was saying, like, he said, but you know why you don't see that a lot? He said the Westerner's mind is so scattered that he can't even do the wrong thing long enough to mess himself up.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. He does make this point, and it's something that a lot of people don't want to hear because they want to shortcut to that illumination experience. But he was saying that, I mean, this is something that I think is important to look at the context in which these doctrines of yoga were originally practiced. Is they were part of the Eastern mystery schools, and there was a process of before you ever got to that point where you were doing the actual esoteric occult breathing exercises and you're trying to raise your kundalini energy, you would go through a period of purification. You would go through a period of getting rid of false concepts, putting the mind in order. These are like the entry points to before you can do the more advanced work. And he was saying if people try to go right into the advanced techniques and raise your kundalini before it's naturally ready or supposed to go, then you'll burn out your mind.
Yeah, he said that. Yeah, he did. I love that he said about raising the fire of kundalini, right? He said if you could possibly do it, you know, he said you raise up that fire, that sleeping serpent, and then you decide, oh, I want to have sex. He says that energy is going to burn everything in that pathway back down. You become an imbecile. Yep. He was saying about the Westerners, just some of the things that was out there, because you just like now you would have popular things like, oh, we're doing this or that, or whatever the latest thing is. And he said there will always be fake practitioners as long as there are people that are willing to pay for that. When man becomes wiser, this is how you get rid of all of that.
Right.
Just wasn't gonna. He seemed to want to just speak to the best in things, right? Like, and not have to address every foolish thing that someone did.
So he was aware of a chakra system.
Yeah, he says that the chakras in the body are actually the downward reflection. The true chakras are in the mind,
the brain.
And so the correct way to do it is to work on the mind, fully mature it according to the disciplines laid out in the mystery schools, the archetypal pathway of initiation. That is designed to unlock things naturally. If you focus only on the body and try to work upon the physical chakras, that's where you fall into trouble.
Wow. Yeah.
And he was saying that in the 1920s, when he was first starting, that there was like a new age movement. There was different new age movements before the one that we normally think of, like in the 60s and then after. But there was it happened in the 20s. It happened again in I think the late 19th century, where these fat kind of spiritualism fads first came. And this was also the time, you got to remember, to put some context into it, this is when the Eastern philosophies were first coming into the West. So there wasn't any context about applying them. And so there were these manias that emerged at the early part of Manly Hall's career, that he got to he witnessed this happening, of people not only doing these practices, but also following a lot of false prophets, a lot of false gurus, and then becoming totally disillusioned. And he talks about just how this field in general is littered with a lot of pretenders, and that,
as it is today.
Yeah, as it always is. Yeah.
Yeah. That's
man. So he tried to, he didn't, he wanted to offer a counter to that, and offer something that was solid, had a solid foundation. And that was, I think, the motivation for the way he taught his philosophy. It was to make it practical, and also to help people avoid these type of imbalanced fixations. And then, especially later on in his life, he got into a lot of practical advice. Like, he would distill all this wisdom down into very, everyday kind of changes or perspectives or shifts in life patterns that are not big, like, I'm gonna sell my house and leave my family and go meditate in the woods. He's saying don't do that. Like, the work is, make the incremental changes, and then if you're moving in the right direction, the universal synchronicities will come, and they'll support that growth.
Yeah.
And that was kind of his approach to these things.
Manny was very practical like that. He was against people saying, I'm becoming enlightened, I must get away from the world. He was like, that's probably not the thing you want to do. You don't need to get away. That's not how you evolve with this, by leaving the public eye necessarily. You might need to take a break.
Yeah.
But he said, there's no royal road to this. Where you are is where you should be learning.
I learned that Manly, I don't mean to cut you off, but I remember I heard that Manly P. Hall was always focused on the diet, focusing on mental clarity. Did he slowly become plant-based?
No, I don't know. No, If you read in the fundamentals of esoteric science, he answers the question. He said that there are great benefits of being a vegetarian and things, but he said you must also remember that man is evolving, and so he wasn't against that. He was just saying when all things balance. He also said that if you're going to be a vegetarian, don't be a starchitarian, right? This in self-unfoldment, disciplines of realization. If you want something like practical, like with what he was dealing with, there's a book called Self-Unfoldment, Disciplines of Realization. But if you need all that pop, it ain't the thing. It's the real stuff. Manly he reduces it. And he shows you like what it actually is. And it's to Westerners so that they may be able to not kill themselves, you know what I'm saying? Like just being so dramatic. But he wasn't heavily on any of it. Manly seemed to be balanced in his approach to most things that I've read.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that book. That's like one of the books that he has where he describes basically the path of discipleship and like what's required of you if you do want to enter into this esoteric world, this mystical world. Like, what's the proper way to approach it? And it's like steps, and it's like each step is a different release from illusion, basically. But it's like it's much more the way he discusses it. It's much more practical than any other teacher I've seen.
And if you need the gold chains and the just the extraness, Manly's going to probably disappoint you because it's more truth. Usually, he said one time about writing books, right? He said that when you know a subject matter well enough, you can say it simply. He said when you don't know it, you write volumes.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
And when you really, because I've read a lot of different metaphysical books, and Manly's like the go-to because I can use Manly to go into any other thing and check that it's nonsense. Like here you go with the extraness, right? But they do that. It's flamboyant, and remember, it's a business too, right? So people gonna have I'm not gonna mention anything. I just know. So even Alexander, your book, yeah, you captured it. I think you might be the first to capture it. Like you got it. And maybe the approach wasn't because Manly would be proud. Because I have a suspicion, I can't really prove it, that people's words are being altered. Like I have old books. So when I go buy something off Amazon, I can go check the old book, see how many pages there are, and then look at, because Amazon will tell you like how many pages. I remember buying a Rosicrucian Cosmos conception for somebody I was teaching, and I said, "Oh yeah, buy that." And I was trying to show them a diagram. They had removed the diagram. I know the book back and forth, and I'm like, "Why are they doing that?" It's certain things. I've heard Manly build on vaccinations. He spoke on that. I got little screenshots of that. I just think that his balance, and he did speak truth. If it wasn't right in a time that probably wasn't a popular thing, he spoke to it. The book The Phoenix, right? Those are a collection of of articles. They have the Russian Sphinx in there, Madame Blavatsky. They have
Great Pyramid. They have a really interesting article on the Great Pyramid.
She was called the Russian Sphinx.
Yeah. That's what they call Madame Blavatsky. But there was one where he was talking about Europe, how Europe went into Egypt. They were like the educated, right? They went into Egypt and they were taking all kind of artifacts, right? They were dying. They were taking that back to Europe and dying. And so you got people who are very educated and like that can't be true. And so it was put out like, yo, there's something in what y'all taking, that there's some dust or something, and it's killing. And they sent a lot of those artifacts to the British Museum. They got rid of it. Manly was talking about that. Like, that's why there's such a collection. He said it wasn't just from the British Museum getting that. They voluntarily sent it there. because they were taking things that probably, so maybe something was set for them. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But he would warn them. He would warn I think he was a great warner for the Westerner, also too, like telling them some stuff that they might not want to hear. Like, you're not that great, you know. And that could have, you know. I was like, man, did nobody kill him back then? You know.
Yeah.
He spoke truth to it.
Yeah, that's a good point. If you read Manly Hall's work, but you coming into it with a lot of like preconceived notions or fixed ideas, it can be a humbling experience because he will dismantle those pretty quick.
I think he would be proud of what you wrote, man. Like, man, like.
Yeah, let's see a book, man. Show the audience your book.
Oh yeah, so I the one that we've been showing on the screen, I don't have with me, but I have something that I'd like to be doing a series. I just have the first one. I put it out last year. It's called 10 Essential Lectures by Manly P. Hall. And these are all lectures that you can find on YouTube, but they are it can be, you know, challenging to sometimes take on a 2-hour lecture. So I've abridged them, meaning I've shortened them, these 10 selections, and I break them up into sections with, you know, different titles and kind of show you the structure of how the lecture looks. And it's actually very helpful to see this lecture, which is normally just coming at you. He doesn't, like I think you mentioned this earlier, he just does these transitions and he doesn't always warn you that they're about to take place. So when you so it's helpful to have a bit of a guide to some of these lectures and then offer some commentary along the way. And there's one in particular that I think a lot of people at this current time should know about. It has to do with health. It's called Magnetic Fields of the Human Body. And he talks about health, like how a lot of health problems that people have.
Where's the school at?
A lot of problems that people have are due to imbalances in the subtle body or the magnetic fields of the body. And our modern science, which is completely materialistic, doesn't factor in that at all. So it attempts to explain everything in terms of the physical structures, where he's saying that a lot of the ailments that we have, and consequently the solutions to these ailments, you can only approach them actually by studying this idea of the auric field or the magnetic field.
And we have a Taurus field.
Taurus field,
Taurus.
Taurus field going all like an apple.
Yeah.
Do you
know what I mean? And I guess that correlates also with the chakras too, like, you know, because Taurus field and your torso.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? It's all going right through and everything. So you have to like remove any blockages and stuff like that.
Right. I like the fact that you have to look for Manly P. That it's not like you have to seek.
Take it in the craze, G.
Right.
So let me say this, AD.
Yeah.
Alexander told you something. He told you something that Manly said, and I'm gonna tell you this again. I told you this the first time about the chakras. He said that when you see the chakras on the spinal column, that's for the profane. It's an illusion. It's not there. So when it's there almost like foolproof to anybody who's there for not a good motive. Then the chakra that on the spine, he said there's a secret. He said it is in the brain. All the chakras are in the brain, those pieces. And if you worked on that, right, you would arrive there. And I'm telling you, like, when I am going to come out to California this year, I got something for you that when we first talked, because I know you didn't get it, and I want to gift you with that, because I'm telling you, when you read it, I really think that I don't like to deal with a lot of nonsense. Manly cut all that nonsense. He cuts all the nonsense out the way, and he gets right to it.
Well, I can understand why they mapped it into the spinal cord, just because like they wanted to like correlate the root chakra, obviously, with the root desire, and correlate, you know, survival and going through the solar plexus, you know, your heart chakra. Even though it's not physically there, I can understand why they mapped it out that way, so that you would, you know.
Or maybe it's there for the profane. You think that's the same reason in the lodge they have passwords, right? To get into certain things. We talked about this too when Mitch was first on the Podcraft, and I think Alexander has it in the book, and I would like him to possibly address this. You remember you were talking about, you know, well, nowadays we have the internet. We have, you know, we got information now, right? That things are accessible now that maybe we didn't have back then, which is true. but that's also a trick. It's a level of comfortability. You now have so much that you cannot distinguish. You don't have a reference to distinguish. So it seems like that would be very logical, but it is certain things that are secret, and it's not this great Illuminati type thing. Not saying you're saying that, but like the mystery school. Alexander spoke on the mystery school in that book, and it was the best I've seen since Manly, because the real secret is, do you know what the mystery school looks like now? I guarantee you, it is not anything you can www.com. It's not on IG. The mystery school, it's protected. When you understand what it is at its reference point, then you realize that it can't be exploited. Let me show you something real quick, and I'll give it back to Alexander. Manly, in the Lost Keys of Freemasonry, he said something. He said, the secret of the Masonic Lodge has never been told. And I'm going to say this. You still have not heard it. You can't go nowhere on the internet. You're not going to get the secret. He said, and how were they able to keep the secret? He said, if there was someone coming through attempting to find out and then was going to give it out, a lot of people say, well, they would be killed. It is this protective thing that keeps what we call life going on, would never allow anybody with a motive that was not in tune to even have that. So what he said was, by the time if you really found out, you would never be interested in attempting to tell it. And it's not just moral thing. You would find out what the secret is. Any attempt to try to tell it shows that you don't know it, because it cannot be conveyed to you in a video blog or all of these things. So like something like the age of information, where you feel like these things may be some archaic thing, that's exactly what it's designed to do, for you to view it as something of old, while the mystery remains alive and well. It is there to keep out the profane. Mitch said it. If you ever go back and listen, you hear a silence bit of it. You will never get to it. It is there to keep out most people, because you're not worthy to really have it if it's like this intellectual quartering to, like, I knew this, and this is what the lodge is. There's a saying that says, those who know don't tell, and those who tell don't know.
Yep, that's Lao Tzu.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
What you got up there, AD? What's that?
The mystery school is there, AD. AD, you know what? I was going to ask you this real quick. Have you been in the studio with Priest before?
Yeah. I mean, he was recording in my studio back in Irvine back in the day.
Okay, I asked him first before I wanted to ask you this question. You see how Priest talks? Like, it seems like the guy that's sitting there is not the person on the records, right?
Yeah.
You're very logical. So I'm going to ask you, because I ain't been in the studio with him. Can you explain to me what that is?
What I have on screen?
No, the person you're talking to sitting right there.
Yeah.
But that ain't what you're hearing on those records.
Oh, yeah.
So explain that to me, because you're very science and logical. I was waiting to ask you this question, because I'm going to tell you, I know what Cannabis told me, but I want to know what you think.
You talk about Priest.
Yeah, that guy, Walter
Yeah,
Reed.
I mean, you're going to get my perspective, because, I'm esoteric. So it's like, I know his moon is in Aquarius. So the moon is your inner core. So Priest is able, not only is that his opposite is Sun, so he's a Leo with a moon in Aquarius, so he's getting this opposition happening, but that's also creating a channel in which he's pulling in Aquarian energy. And he's expressing it with his Sun, which is the Leo, but it's coming in through Aquarius, which is the deep, cosmic. So he's pulling in cosmic energy and channeling it through his Leo Sun, which is why Priest is able to drop so much knowledge, because he's knowingly or unknowingly channeling it from the cosmos.
So you would say that another person with the same birth sign as Priest would do the same thing?
Not to the same degree, because there's other aspects happening. I don't know what Priest's Mercury
I knew
is.
nothing about astrology, and you could not, and I didn't know anything, and I was asking, you were right there. I know you observe things.
Yeah.
I've known him probably more than most people.
Yeah.
I was always waiting to meet Killah Priest. I met him on 6th Street in Austin, supposedly, right?
Yeah.
We walking down the street, didn't know. I was like, I think that's him. He was just walking around.
Yeah.
And I talked to him, and I met Walter. I have yet, and I say this, I have never met Killah Priest.
Yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
So I'm asking you, and you didn't answer it for me. You gave me, that's not your perspective. That's astrology. I'm telling you, AD, what happened in the accident? Tell me that guy right there. It kind of almost seems like that's not even the person.
Yeah, because you're seeing two kinds of people. You know, when you write, and you already know this stuff. When you're writing, drawing, playing instruments, that is not you. That's your subconscious. Anytime you draw, you put pen to paper, your subconscious is doing that. If you logically try to pay attention to what you're doing, you're gonna mess up. Your subconscious is what draws, writes, and paints. So when Priest writes, he's going into his subconscious, which we probably haven't known or met. You know what I mean? But a lot of people don't know this. Priest writes fast. He is a fast. It's just coming out, and I've seen him write because it's just paper after paper after paper. I'm like, where is this coming from? And Priest.
Yeah, now you're giving it to me. Now,
yeah, it's like he doesn't even know where it's coming from.
Yeah, there you go, AD. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah,
he doesn't know. So when you're talking to Walter, I separate the two. I've been in interviews with him, and they all asking him all of these questions, and he's not able to give them an answer because Walter's there.
Yeah.
But you said he's writing pages and pages.
Yes, fast.
I am very well studied. That's not arrogance. He'll tell you that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna say this: he don't study more than me. I tell you, them albums I was like, hey, I don't hear too many MCs that make me go, where you get that from? And it's true. Mm-hmm. And I remember watching him. So it would be different if I saw him writing and he had books around him. His memory ain't that good either. What do you think he's studying? I'm taking you somewhere with this because in Alexander's book, he's talking about these ghostly figures.
Mm-hmm.
That behind these great men, there was always something like a Manly P. Hall. Like, what was that? I'm trying to figure it out, and you're the closest thing to it that I could probably ask because I can't get an answer from him, a straight answer from him.
Well, you also have to keep in mind also because it's still art. You know, when he's writing his poems and everything, it's still art. And when you watch a piece of art, there's a lot of perspectives you can get. To one person, it looks like this. To another person, it looks like that. And people will go deeper. People do the same thing with Kendrick Lamar. People will listen to Kendrick lyrics and be like, yo, did you hear what he said? But they sometimes might be thinking too deep into it. And Kendrick was like, I didn't mean it like that.
And I'm going to say this. I listen to Kendrick Lamar, and I'm going to go back to something. When I tell you that what Priest talks about, I can actually find in books because I know those books. And it ain't no way. I mean, are you telling me that when Priest goes into a studio and he's probably maybe he had business math, maybe the highest math he had in high school, he can become a master mathematician? And that's real. Like, I don't know. No, this ain't a movie. I'm saying it's accurate. Cannabis told me, we were meeting. He was like, oh, you and Priest are close. I was like, yeah. He said, let me tell you something. It's crazy. It's something about him. I was like, what do you mean? He said, when we were in the studio, so he was writing. He was writing down his rhyme for whatever they were doing. He said, but then when he got in the booth, it was none of what he wrote. And I was like, maybe he already had a rhyme. It's like, no. It's something else that's there. I believe like Manly had this thing that everybody tries to figure out. And I'm willing to go the logical route first. Like, okay, you know, what was it? And then I go, that's that little bit of thing that kind of is like that is beyond other men. And I told him the other day, I said, I'm gonna ask AD because if anybody might be able to capture, because AD, you're gonna break it back down and bring it to the most logical thing it could be.
Yeah.
And because his ability to write like that, I can show you the progression of Heavy Mental, The Offering, and I saw him and I knew him not during Heavy Metal, but like around Black August, and he's developed. And we have conversations. You know, he knows stuff like a lot, but not like on them records. And you can't art. Yeah, you can do certain things. You can embellish, but how much can you embellish and it be actually what it is? That's what. So I've heard a lot of rhymes that it sounds good, but none of that shit is true.
He may not realize the extent of his masterpieces. because he's creating what seems to be art at first, and then it's like, yo, do you realize that you just created the exact perfection of what, you know what I mean? Like correlates like with Abraxas and stuff like that. You know, where when he intended to put it out, it was artistry, but it ended up being straight up knowledge presented in a much cleaner format.
Where, why, how is that? That's the thing I'm asking.
Yeah.
Yo, you ever see, actually, everything you're saying, it kind of reminds me of Bob Dylan a little bit. In the sense that he gave this great interview on 60 Minutes, and he was kind of reflecting back on some of the stuff that he wrote when he was in the 60s, when he was in his 20s, and it was just like, that was his peak period. Yeah, he's right. And he was going back and looking at it, and he was like, I don't know how that I wrote that stuff. It was like...
Was he on drugs?
He's a lyrical.
It wasn't that. It was just like... It was like... So there was some, like you were saying, the ghost in the machine.
Yeah, I'm asking the logical stuff, because that's what people do. Like Jimi Hendrix, they said that he was so high. Manley talked about people, the cocaine, doing cocaine, and what would come out. The drug user could see words coming out of people's mouth. He said, "Yeah, that's real, but it's not an illusion." He was speaking about. He said, "But it's probably, it's not good, right? Like using cocaine to see that." Priest. It's just a mystery. I'm sorry I got on, but I'm just
that's good.
Peace.
I'm just
he told me he was
going
to ask you, and I told him that AD was going to say exactly what he said.
Oh yeah,
you already knew what you was going to say, because
I said AD's going to say exactly what
I'm two fish, so you're going to get two perspectives. Yeah. but here's another thing. We should ask Priest this. Remember
theology, right? But that's science again.
Yeah,
you're reading the words. But I'm saying, but damn, Manley said they asked them, like, they would do stuff. Well, Westerner does stuff like this. They name what we call an orange, and then you teach a child, and it's like, what's that? He says an orange. And they're like, okay, and what's that? It's a fruit. That's the Westerner. It's not education. It's just you're just giving something. So I think there's something about Walter Reed, Killah Priest, that I don't. It's a venture within. I mean, we're friends and all of that, but I'm always in awe of when I hear something. I'm like, so this where we at now? I'm turning.
But don't forget,
that's our case.
Don't forget, it's a psychic world of Walter Reed. So that wasn't just a clever title. He literally has a psychic world, which means channeling, unknowingly, intuition.
You think he channels, AD?
What's that?
You think he channels? I
think he unconsciously, unknowingly channels. Doesn't realize it.
So for you, in the process of doing everything they're talking about, is it just a flow state, and it's no effort?
Yeah, it's like it's like I just go in the studio, whatever I feel is what it is.
So do you have an idea about what you want to say, or is it just like, all right, I'm starting now, and it's just coming out?
Well, I had concepts that in my head that I don't. I kind of think about it, like, but it'll be years before I'll try it. Like now, I'm doing everything. Like I'm just having fun now. Before, you sign to a label. Now when you get your own label and you get to relax, then you come back to concepts like, you know what? I never did nothing about the forest. I always wanted to make music about forests because I like animals and I like nature. Right. So why not make a whole song? I always wanted to do a song about it. You know what I mean? So
Alexander, you hear that? Did you hear that? It was cleverly said, right? I wanted to do. You could want to do something about the forest all day long, but can you write that? See, so there's the rhyme, right? The words can rhyme. You can make the words rhyme, but when you listen to the forest, right? It's put together in such a way that. I'll tell you this. Me and Priest was talking about the latest NASA case, right? Before he was really getting into the subject matter, I'm talking to him, mostly text, and I'm telling him all this data. But I said, okay, I want you got to get the language right when you're doing. There's a certain audience we're looking at. And he's like, yeah, like Rain Man, like, yeah. And I'm like, and I'm giving him this info, this data, and I know what I'm giving. And then so months later, about 4:00 in the morning, he texts me. He's like, "Hey, got it," and I'm like, "Got what?" He said, "Go to your WhatsApp," and he sent me back all that I gave. And I'll say this, I don't know how he did it. I can look at a rapper and say, oh, he was able to make that rhyme, but that's not what he did. It came to light, and it was not art, because it was, if he said something that he was getting, he asked me, he said, do you think I got it? Because it could be wrong, because I know what it's supposed to be. So no matter if it's art, it can be embellished, but it's still, the foundation of it has to be right. It's layered. Mm-hmm. And I was like, yeah, but where you get that shit from? Like, how, like, we were talking throughout this time and I never knew, right? And I keep trying to peek around and look and see, like, okay, I can trace something. I know when a rapper is using a book, I can hear it. I know the book. But now it's like it's something veiled there, which brings me back to Manly, what he was able to do, what he did. And Priest is so unconscious of it. It's not even ego. And like, he know he's dope when he's on the mic or whatever. He's that dude. But it's like, I've seen him with other artists who are supposed to be like the big names, but they looking at him like they know who the real writer is. When you're in the industry of certain things, everybody knows who really does it. He's one of those guys who really does. And I was like, man, like, aren't you so glad you wasn't so thrown out into fame? Because I don't know if that you would have had that skill like that, because you're putting out music as you want to. When you have a big name and you're a part of a big label, you just can't do any kind of thing. And he's free. Like Manly was able to write on so many subjects, right? And fluidly, like no other. And I feel like he does that with he's got a song on, I think was it Nag? It's on the Forest album. Is God Nature? He mentions Manly. He got a lot of stuff where he mentions Manly.
Definitely.
I'm trying to get him to work with me to put out a full-fledged project under his a character called Golly P. Hall. Right?
Consider it done.
The album will be called The Secret Teas of All Ages, because T is, Priest is in the T's, but T is also, we consider that to be like, today they call it gossip, but T was short for the truth. So I'm trying to see if we're gonna do that. I don't know how much time we got for the world ends. And we know it.
If you do it, you got to sample a couple clips of Manly Hall, throw it in there.
Definitely.
Oh, yeah. Some audio recordings.
Definitely got to do
we'll
that.
find some good ones.
Yeah, exactly.
I wanted to ask Priest if he did this intentionally. I was showing this graphic earlier from the Freemasons and stuff like that. I don't know if this correlates, but Priest got that song that says, "I judge wisely, as nothing ever surprised me." Lounging between two pillars of ivory. Are these the two pillars of ivory? Because you also say
I don't even know if that's ivory.
That's what I thought.
That's two pillars. It's two.
That's what I thought. I was like, is he talking Freeman?
But you can see that, judge wisely between the two pillars.
Is the film? He's got the eye right
crazy.
there.
AD,
go ahead.
You heard what he just said? He didn't even answer you. He let you explain it. He's like, yeah. That's what happened.
It's for the listener. It's for the listener.
Those two pillars, that's Boaz and Jachin. It's in the Bible, right? Priest was heavily, they say he was heavily influenced by the Hebrew Israelites when he first came on, which is very deeply in the Bible. And so I can see what you're saying right there, AD, but I would really, hopefully I get to meet Priest one day. I still want to keep showing up.
Yeah.
Also gonna go, yep, that sounds like, yeah, that's it, AD.
I would like to keep making music. Man, concepts after concepts. This one's gonna be a doozy. That's our case. We got coming. Did you see that video yet?
I don't think so.
You heard that song? You said you heard something, right?
And it's really good.
Nagamati.
Nagamati.
Yeah, Nagamati. That's one of the dopest too.
Yeah, that's peace. I love this is the nice segue right into I love the cover. That's the cover right there that he has on as his thumbnail. Yep, so that's it. It's a 10-minute song, I want to say.
It looks like a movie.
Yeah,
it is a space opera.
The world is going to get it soon. I mean, the time right now. Oh, hold up. Oh, Dad. The world's going to get it soon. I got to take this. This was.
Hey, do what you gotta do.
All right.
See,
Hey, Alexander, do you think you could tell us a little bit about the mystery schools from your book? I ordered one of your other books today, but so you delved into what the mystery school, what it may have looked like then, but kind of conceptually what it would kind of look like now, like.
All right, yeah. I would say there's two levels. I mean, one level you could look at the Earth itself as the mystery school, or the Earth itself is the temple, and your discipleship is the way you live your life here. And then the various degrees of the initiation are the stages in your life that you go through, and it might not just be this one lifetime. It could be multiple lifetimes we're talking about. But there's this idea that the Earth itself is the great temple, but we're also talking about, and what I referenced in the book is the idea that there are these physical gateways into this. So the mystery schools is this transcendent institution. It's a spiritual institution, but there have always been gateways. And if you go back to classical civilization, we can go look at the Great Pyramid or some of the great temple complexes of Greece or India, and you could say these were places of entry, physical points of entry,
like
where certain key stages of the initiatory journey would take place. So the mystery school is one aspect of it is in the etheric fields of the Earth, but then the other aspect, there is a gateway, or there is a physical institution on the Earth. So where is it? And that's the great mystery when you study this stuff, is the question of, we can track it at a certain point in history and then it seems to disappear.
Yeah.
So where does the mystery schools, where might that physical entry point be in today?
Yeah.
And where would the concentration be? Where would the focus be? And Manly Hall gives the key, but he distributes it. And he doesn't write a whole book on it. He just gives you hints. One of the hints is in his book on Freemasonry, which actually two of the key hints are on books that Mitch Horowitz helped put together. One's called The Secret Teaching of All Ages. No. One's called The Secret Destiny of America, which is a compilation of I think 2 or 3 different works of his put together. And then another one is The Secret Keys of, or the Keys of Freemasonry. I can't remember the full title of it,
Lost Keys of Freemasonry. Yep.
Lost Keys, and that's also a compilation of 2 or 3 separate works. But in both of those books, he gives the key. On the Freemasonry one, he says that the economic industrial machinery that is now emerging. Now, this is back in the 40s or 50s when he was first writing this. Or actually, I think this section that I'm referring to was written in the 40s or 50s. But he was saying this thing hasn't come to its full fruition yet. It hasn't come to the destiny which it's set out for it. But it does have a larger mission and purpose other than just the immediate material aspects of our industrial civilization. So he says that the next place the mystery schools will operate would be in this modern scientific, technological, industrial sphere or world. Then in the Secret Teachings book, or not Secret Teachings, but Secret Destiny of America, he elaborates. I think he might revisit this point again, and then in some of the articles that he wrote on the mystery of the UFO, and you kind of start to take all this stuff together. And I had to add, so I have this other book called, I've mentioned a couple times, The Coming World Nation, which is my own parallel research on these topics that we're talking about that I did over a 15-year period. This started before I found Manly Hall. And in fact, finding Manly Hall was the thing that helped me put all this together. So Manly Hall's not the primary source in this book as he is in my other ones, but you can see his way of thinking, the influence it had on me, because it was through him that I was able to put together the story. So, but Manly Hall does say, and I make reference to this in the Maestro of Esoteric Philosophy book that's about Manly Hall. I have a chapter called The Philosophy of the UFO where I go into this, some of the things that he said about it. And he said that the UFO is that whole mystery is a human technology, and that there's a mystery there about the mysteries of modern human civilization that is being disguised under the realm of aliens, and the UFO is like a symbol of this concealed mystery.
Yeah.
So putting all this together, I think that whatever's behind, when you fully pull the thread behind the UFO mystery, you don't get to aliens and other worlds. You get to the mysteries of our own, the mysteries of humanity and the mysteries of this world that we live in. Yeah. And that, so my interpretation is that the modern day mystery schools is the ultimate thing that you find at the core of the UFO mystery, the human side of that story. And I tell that in The Coming World Nation, which is probably too much to get into now because it's a long story, but it's the story of the development of this technology. I think you can, and the development of the science behind this technology, which has to do with what Tesla was talking about, this idea of the ether. And that's the ether is a gateway into this idea of the unified field. So in terms of meditation and mysticism and consciousness, the unified field is the thing that we're entering into and working with during these esoteric exercises. But there's also this story where you can take this idea of the etheric field or the unified field, and you can technologically begin to interact with it, and you can develop energy technologies in relation to it. You can develop weapon systems in relation to it. And so this whole mystery of the ether, which is intimately integrated with the UFO mystery, that this all of this stuff is the traditional realm of the mystery schools. Because ether is the fifth element, that's alchemy, and alchemy is one of the disciplines of the mystery schools, the esoteric sciences. So in my opinion, or in the theory that I argue, the modern day mystery schools are at the core of the UFO mystery, and the UFO itself is this instrument of initiation. It's this thing that draws the consciousness of the collective into a mystery. And it's the grappling with this mystery that the next stage in our development of our civilization is going to be released. And I'm way earlier in our podcast, we talked about, you might not have been here for that, but we talked about that Manly Hall had this lecture, which I talk about in my Maestro of Esoteric Philosophy book, that was about Carl Jung. It was based around his book, about like psychoanalyzing the symbolism of the UFO. I can't remember what the exact name of that lecture is, but it's on YouTube and you can listen to it. But he was saying that the symbol of the UFO, the way that our minds encounter it, it draws us into the mysteries of space and the mysteries of the ether, and that these things are actually also commensurate with the motion of the Piscean age gradually into the age of Aquarius. So there's this synchronicity and there's these archetypes that are expressing itself, and the UFO mystery is the mechanism by which it's expressing itself in our modern scientific and technological age. Wow. So I feel like the modern mystery, the modern mystery schools are in some way involved with this great mystery that we're now experiencing about the UFOs, and so that's my reading of the situation.
So I definitely agree with what you're saying, and I will say this: it's rare when I hear someone speak on ufology that they would get past the alien portion of it. That's sensational. When I heard what Manly had to say about it, it really I was like, I had a line of thought, I had a source to say something that it's not aliens or whatever, right? But I usually bounce it off of, let's see, what did Manly say about this? Mm-hmm. To hear that Manly said that, he said actually, like, one of the things he said, while people would think that they were aliens from another planet or whatever, is because you don't really know the history of man here on this planet. Mm-hmm. As if this is the highest form of civilization that we've ever had. Mm-hmm. And that's not true. And he was saying that, how do you know that's not us?
Right.
There's a lecture about it, right? I was like, yeah, now we there. And when I first got your book, Knowledge Born was like, hey, he got something on the UFO. So I went there first and I read it, and I was like, hey, we've been watching you, monitoring. I went and listened to some of your podcasts. I was like, they don't, it's rare. It's not talking about UFOs, is the mystery of who's on those UFOs.
Mm-hmm.
And it's propaganda to me that it's aliens that allows you to, to go out into the world. Manly said that if you see an alien and he's showing up on the planet and he's from outer space and he don't got on some kind of breathing apparatus, nah. He said if he's from somewhere else, just these very practical things that I already knew, but I never knew that Manly would speak on it. And you captured that in that chapter. And it's rare. Like I would say just like I would with something that Manly wrote. If you want to kind of reduce it down to what most likely is, you captured it in the book. Which brings me to a question that I wanted to ask you about Manly and America. Manly, I don't think I saw this in your book, but remember in America's assignment is destiny, right?
Yeah.
He talks about the flag, the Constitution, and how they were debating in a room, and then this man showed up. Mm-hmm. This man they call the professor. Mm-hmm. Remember reading about that?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
The man he called the professor.
Yeah, he's telling the story. These
are unknown men in history. Alexander talks about it in his book. But you captured it for us now, because to show somebody what Manly said, you got to really grasp everything he's saying. The designer of the flag, who did that? He said that this man name was. They called him. His nickname was like the Professor. He didn't eat meat. He was different. His the way they didn't even know if he slept or not. Some say it was maybe he was Saint Germain, right? Mm-hmm. That was one of the things. But I've researched this stuff, and I noticed in your book you had something that said Manly was talking to some friend or guy that says that, I'm very interested in men like these unknown men in history, and one day I hope to write a book on it. And Manly said, I forgot what you said. Manly was like, yeah, that's probably not gonna happen.
He said that book will never be written.
Never be written.
Yeah.
Manly said that. He had a book.
Yeah, guy was like, I want to write a book about all these the unseen figures behind history. And Manly Hall was like, that book will never be written.
Priest,
it wasn't like a threat. It was just like saying that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. These are like having CIA. It's like when they have agents go to another country and you blow their cover. You're gonna write a tell-all book about. They give their names, their addresses in the United States. Like, you can't do that. Yeah. It's like and Professor X and Magneto, they had cerebrum that they could see all the mutants.
Yeah.
It would be like that. There's an ancient tradition, an Adept tradition that Alexander is saying and Manly said to, you ain't never gonna write that book.
Although the ironic thing is that Manly Hall did kind of write that book though. Like his career, he did kind of, but I think he was sanctioned. Like to say that he was a authentic participant in this institution of the mystery schools. In my opinion, that the things that he wrote and the way that he wrote it was the sanctioned way, or the way. And the thing I will say is that he, I think the key, he kind of reveals this in the sense that he says this about Blavatsky, and when he's describing a lot of what he says about Blavatsky, I think actually applies to him. But he said about Blavatsky that the way that she wrote her books and the difficulty of it was intentional, and that she was kind of chosen as a vehicle to reveal a lot of truths from the Eastern, particularly Eastern tradition, but the esoteric tradition, or to reveal a lot of things that hadn't been brought to the West or existed in the West in a very long time. But it was the very fact that she was going to be controversial, that people would take a look at it and your average person would just shut the book and walk away. That was the reason that she was chosen. It was meant to disseminate that for those who were willing to put the work in, Right.
It is there for those who are willing to do that. It's there for it, right? It's not this commercial sensation, for everybody. The metaphysical breadline, as Manly called it. Mm-hmm. But I take you back to something you said in the book. Priest, and there's a book called The Shining Ones. Shining Ones. And in Shining Ones, in its opening, the author is talking about these illuminated beings, not aliens, but these men in history. He says that he didn't give names, but it's a general since he's writing on it. He talks about how he was threatened. Like it would be a dangerous thing for him to write about this thing. Manly, what you're talking about, Manly wrote the Adept tradition. So he went into all the different religions. He went into Christianity, and he showed you these mystical men, these unknown men in Christianity, in China, in Islam, the mystics, the dervishes, Rumi, Jalaluddin, who taught Jalaluddin. Rumi is one of the greatest. He is the most famous poet in the world ever. Jay-Z named his daughter after her. That's Beyonce's daughter's name is Rumi, Rumi. That's Jalaluddin. That's the whirling. That's who started the whirling dervishes. When you see the dervishes spinning, that's out of Turkey. That's Rumi. Everybody loves Rumi, but I invite to find out who taught Rumi. The man that taught Rumi was one of those men. His name was Shams Tabriz.
Wow, right there.
Mystical men. Manly speaks about it.
Shams to be. The chat room be on point. They put it right in there. Shams to be.
So these are these men, but for the United States, right? They said so. Francis Bacon, right?
Yeah.
One hears about him. He's supposed to be the architect behind this design of America. He even considered America to be the new Atlantis. That's what he has a book called The New Atlantis. What's interesting is what happened in the original or the ancient Atlantis and what's happening now. Manly spoke to this. He said that when Atlantis fell, it didn't just sink overnight. You know, the priests were able to get out of Atlantis, and he said many of them went into Egypt.
Right.
That there were other
and Central America.
Yeah. So, but here's what's interesting. He said that Atlantis was destroyed by water, and the gods, after Atlantis when it was done, they left a warning. They left it's in like a temple. There's a write-up that says that if another nation ever comes up that would be as corrupt as Atlantis was, the next time they would be destroyed by fire in the sky. That's interesting when we got this UFO, UAP phenomenal. I'm hitting at something with this.
Yeah.
Be destroyed, because I know of a nation that seems to be on the brink of what we kind of, what they said Atlantis happened at Atlantis. They said that in Atlantis, they corrupted the astral plane, right? And that was, they was creating these images and like creating these creatures, these monsters, because they were psychic and magical. Well, I liken the internet as the astral plane, right? All things good, bad, and so forth. So I wonder, are we headed for something like that? Maybe not the end of America, but maybe the end of America as we know it from everything we're seeing now. You spoke about the Kali Yuga, right?
Well, everything that you're talking about right now actually is in this book, The Coming World Nation, and I talk about this polarity between.
Before use the Manly stuff, correct?
Well, I mean, I started that project before it. This is my the Coming World Nation is a book I published after I published the Manly Hall book. So the Manly Hall book they were talking about is 2023, and this came out in 2025. And but I started the work that went into that. Some of it dates back to years before I started Manly Hall, but Manly Hall was the one that helped me put it together, the story. But this polarity that you're talking about between water and fire, the Atlanteans being destroyed by water, and then the idea that a successor is destroyed by fire. I talk about that in this book and relate it to this idea of time cycles And I'll just leave it for now. I'll leave it at that. But I would love to hear in a future time what you think about that.
I'm actually
discussion.
going to read that. So if I do get to meet up with you in Austin, it should my copy should come in Sunday. I'll have it read before if we meet up. And do you know that you called it like these 4 ages? Have you ever heard of the term the fourth turning?
Yeah, I have. It's not something I've totally understood.
It's the same. You explained it when
Okay.
you were speaking on the Kali Yuga. It's the same thing. They just called them the seasons. They said that there are 4 seasons to a nation, and then it's the fall off, right? They said in every nation you have this, and so the fourth turning. It's also a book that was written in like 1997 by Neil Strauss, the one, and they got a timeline. So this was written in 1997. They give a timeline all the way up to how America would fall, and it has a cult following. And that fourth turning is the 4 seasons of a nation, and they show back in the Great Depression all of these different steps and how we got there. They bring it up to 2008, where the dollar bill fell. Now remember, this was written in 1997, and it's by design. They're saying they said this happens by design with every nation. And the fourth turning, I believe, the end of it would have been 2025. As far as now, the fall off happens. This is what they're saying in the book, and I found it very interesting because they use the word by design, like it's planned, it's scheduled.
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned 2025. In this book, The Coming World Nation, I talk about research by a guy who I interviewed on my podcast, who is a scholar of. He particularly he focuses on his name is Bibu Dev Misra. He focuses on the Yuga cycle, and
What's his name?
It's Bibu. It's an Indian name. I think Bibhu, Bibu Dev Dev, and then Misra Misra. It's 3 names. And he wrote a book called The Yuga Shift. I think it's called The Yuga Shift. And anyway, it's on Amazon. But you can also find an interview I did with him on my podcast, The Wisdom Tradition. And but I found his book at a very synchronistic time. I was already planning to talk about this idea of the Yugas, and the thing I like about his book is he delves into the controversy about how you date them, because there's a lot of disagreement about the dating of the Yuga cycles. And he approached it from the perspective that it should be somehow in alignment with the Great Year, the cycle of the Great Year. And he found evidence, or he found a rationale to use this investigation of this Yuga system in correlation with this cycle of the Great Year. Or the, so he does his dating of it, and he calculates the Kali Yuga as ending in 2025 also.
I'm getting that. I'm trying to order it right now. I gotta see that. And I'll play it with the book too.
And I talk about I cite him in the book The Coming World Nation. So the rationale behind it. I don't go into all the details about how he got to that conclusion, but I do. But I mean, I do think there's a lot of reasons to think that. Well, I'll just say that the interesting thing that he says is that if you go exactly 1,200 years ago, actually, he inspired this point that I make in the book. But there was another guy named Peter Dawkins who also did some interesting work on this idea of the cycle of the Great Year, which is where the different like ages come from, like Piscean age, Aquarian age, etc. Yeah. If you add those all ages together of the 12 signs, you get the Great Year, the Great Cycle. Yeah, which is 25,800 years, I think. Yeah. And so he, using this Yuga system and this research that he did, he said that there are these 2 points, and one comes at the end of the Yuga cycle, and one comes, I think, at the beginning of the Golden Age. So, like, these are 2 polarities of this great cycle. And he says that one is associated with, one of these points is associated with a baptism by water, and one's associated with a baptism by fire. And the fall of Atlantis coincides exactly with the timetable of a baptism by fire. Oh, excuse me, baptism by water. So this is the dating that Plato gives, and what's interesting is that there's a period in time of geological history that people like Graham Hancock have been popularizing recently. They talk about the period called the Younger Dryas, which was basically a 1,200 year period that begins like 10,800 BC and ends 9,600 BC. So 9,600 BC is the date that Plato gives for the Great Flood. But in this research, the Graham Hancock did, and Bibu Dev Misra cites this in his book, that there's this evidence of this period that it was basically a glacial period, where if you go back even further, there was a ice age, and then that was actually going through a period of warming up until this period of 1,200 years, in which there was plunged back into like ice age conditions. And so this period of time equates with this period of baptism by water, and then coming out of it, after this event that Plato describes, the sinking of Atlantis, so to speak, the climate begins to warm again, and the Earth becomes more habitable, and we get basically the modern continental layout that we have today begins to form. So coming now full circle, full half cycle of the Great Year Away, which is 1,200 years, which is like 2000 AD plus 9600 BC. That's about 1,200 years. So we're looking at a full turning of, or a full half cycle now away from that event that Plato talked about is where we are today. As we're moving towards the cusp of global civilization, as we have these great transformations in technology occurring, you know, as the human mind, now everybody throughout the world is connected through the internet, these incredible things that are happening in civilization, but also these existential threats. These are now equating with this baptism by fire that we're entering into. Yeah. So what that means, whether that's going to be a physical calamity or, you know, fire really means it could also be interpreted as a type of experiential baptism. But yeah, I don't know exactly what it means, but I definitely point out that this really significant era of time that we're living through. It does have this symbolic weight to it, and you can, I think, make sense to it, better sense of it by factoring in these things that this idea of time cycles.
You can also see it in the cover of his Secret Teachings book. You've got the left side with the baptism by fire.
That's a good point.
And the right side is the baptism by water.
That's a good point.
I never paid that any attention. Wow.
At the rainbow.
And he was hopeful. He likened America to like a young adult that hasn't found his way yet. And it was in his last speech. He warned America about wars. And he spoke directly to the Masonic Lodge saying that, hey, you got to stand up for the truth. You might have to take a beating for it, but you must stand up for it.
Yeah, I know what speech you're talking about. He also said there'll come a time when Masonry is not just going to be about what it's been about, which is it's kind of the great heights of it are no longer expressed in the institution. And it's interesting that he said that because he was someone who would know. I mean, he was the expert in Masonry and was also, you know, when he finally agreed to join the Freemasons in the 50s, he immediately got the 32nd degree, was given the 33rd, and then was given the highest honor that a Masonic organization can bestow, which is the basically a Rosicrucian symbol.
Then they killed him, Alexander. Tell the truth.
Who, Manly Hall?
That was a joke. Manly wrote most of his stuff on the lodge, on Masonry before he was actually went through. That's also very amazing. They're asking him. I think you talked about that in the book. They're asking him questions, and he just innately knows this stuff.
We talked about that earlier before you joined the podcast. We got into that. The unbelievable aspect of his sort of beginning of his relationship with Masonry, and how he basically wrote one of the most important books in Masonic philosophy when he was 22 years old, having not been a Mason, and that he was lecturing to 32-degree Masons in his early 20s at the Scottish Rite Lodge, and those manuscripts are available on manlyphall.info.
Can I say something real quick? So for y'all who don't know who didn't join my Patreon, this is how we get down on our Patreon. So we got the God Hakim, he be on there, and we just be going in. and I would like to invite you on my Patreon too. So we just be going on. So everybody who joined, they get to see all of that. AD, I need you to chop up some of the episodes too.
Yeah.
I'll talk to you.
Oh, easily.
That way we can do segments of.
I'm asking Alexander more questions because I came in so late.
Yeah.
Hopefully we get to interview him again, and I'll get to really. And I'll have the other book read too to interview him again. You said that Manly wrote the book at what age for on that he's known for the lies that you're saying that with the secret teachings?
Well, he wrote Secret Teachings at 25, which is equally remarkable, but particularly the book on Masonry that is regarded as like one of the most monumental works in Masonic history was I can't remember what the specific title is, but it's one of the ones that's included in the collection that Mitch Horowitz put together. That's called The Lost Keys. I think it's actually called The Lost Keys of Freemasonry.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and he goes in there and he tells you the meaning of all the symbolism. He tells you about the history of it. He also, in another passage from that book, he talks about the initiation rituals of Egypt, of Isis and Osiris, and how those are embodied in the Masonic initiation, the modern Masonic initiation rituals. So he shows you the link between the ancient Egypt and modern, and deciphers the symbolism of it all. It's a real it's just masterful. It's incredible stuff.
Did you design the cover?
Yeah.
For your book, you did. I can't help but notice that you included Ophiuchus right there, which is technically the 13th sign.
Is it in there?
So the Sagittarius goes to the left.
Oh,
that's Ophiuchus, and then next to that is Capricorn.
You're right. I didn't even realize that.
Oh, okay. I just wasn't sure if you were purposely integrating the moon calendar, or if that's supposed to be the standard 12 zodiac. Or I just caught. I just caught an Easter egg.
Yeah, you caught an Easter egg.
All right, it's Easter egg then. I thought it was intentional. But still, go ahead.
It's a secret.
Oh,
it's one of those things we don't speak about, or you have to.
Speaking of that, when y'all did your introduction, Alexander, did everybody who was on the guests, did they tell you that they were Masons? They didn't add that into their introduction.
So who is?
Huh?
So who? I'm sorry. Who is a Mason?
Did anybody, that they were Masonically affiliated?
No.
I was curious to see if they were going to do that. I guess they didn't, huh? Okay. I always ask, were you initiated into any schools? I asked Mitch this too.
No, I've never. Nope, not at all.
How come?
I mean, I don't know. I just never felt a calling to it. And for me, it's just a kind of a solitary path of scholarship. Like it's been, I didn't really have a mentor. It's just like internally driven process. It went through a lot of stages, and I feel a presence, like in my own life, kind of pulling me towards a certain thing, and destiny maybe, or I just feel like a sense of purpose. Like this is something I've dedicated my life to and sacrificed a lot to put this material out, and that's my path, and I never felt a need necessarily to join anything. Yeah.
So you're saying basically you're going to write everything about it before joining. So that
actually, I should say this. I just started a nonprofit, and that's going to be the kind of my focus after I finish writing this Manly Hall book. But that's going to be my focus moving forward. It's called Solomon's House, which is actually a reference to the New Atlantis book.
Really?
Yeah. And my goal is to have it be my ultimate goal is to have it be like a philosophic think tank that takes on the pressing issues of civilization, but brings this philosophical light to it. But in the short term, I just would have it be focused more on philosophical education, doing workshops and conferences and stuff like that.
Solomon's House.
Yeah.
There was a word you used I can't recall in the book, then I looked it up. And when I looked it up, it was linked to the term Solomon's house?
Oh, it has two names. The Solomon's House in the book, New Atlantis, is also given another name, which is the College of the 6 Days Work.
College of the 6 Days Work by Francis Bacon. That's what he believed, right? That that's what the great work was here in America.
Yeah, the 6 Days Work is actually part of it's a reference on one hand to the 6 days of creation, right, of the Bible, and the seventh day of rest. So it's like it's basically in the book. Well, the book New Atlantis is a utopian novel, so it depicts an ideal society, and at the center of this utopia was a college, basically a philosophic university, basically a mystery school. It was a philosophic college, and it was called Solomon's House, or the College of the 6 Days Work. And the greatness of this utopian society was due to this philosophic university. And so the leaders of society were graduates of this philosophic institution. That's how they were trained to fulfill their roles in society. And I feel like we need an equivalent of that. So in whatever ways I can try to move things forward in that direction, that's kind of the purpose of the nonprofit, is to try to spark a philosophical renaissance and to create a philosophical institution that can be the trainers of, social leaders in all the different fields, politics, economics. So if you can so it's like Plato's said, basically that no society can work as long as the leadership is poor. And the only way to fix that problem is to educate and train the leadership to be like philosophers. And then any system of government can work if you have leadership like that. So that's the basic principle.
That would be you keeping in the tradition of what Francis Bacon, they said what Manly thought. I think it's quite interesting that you were born in, I think the internet has you in 1991.
1986.
You were born in oh, damn. Wow. Okay. And where were you born?
Virginia, which actually does have important, Virginia was the colony that Francis Bacon, to go this whole story, maybe we'll do this in the Patreon episode, but America, one of the very many things that Francis Bacon was involved in his lifetime was he was basically the mastermind of what became the American Revolution.
Yeah.
And he set the stages for that long in advance. He lived almost about 150 years before the American Revolution. But he basically came up with the master pattern, the master plan, and set it in motion. And there's a guy named Peter Dawkins who's done, he's up there with Manly Hall in terms of his knowledge of Francis Bacon and deciphering the mysteries. And I highly recommend his work. I also have an interview with him on my podcast.
Really? I'm gonna check that out.
He's a great.
I think Manly's wife was. They were saying she was obsessed with.
She was.
with that.
She was obsessed with Francis Bacon.
I'm gonna have to cut it because we gotta cut this soon, man.
Right.
Yeah. Yo, you can catch the rest on the Patreon. My man Alex, you went in, man.
I solved the mystery. It's not Ophiuchus. It's involving mythology in the background, and that's Janus. Because technically Ophiuchus is between Sagittarius and Scorpio. Right there on the left of it is Janus. That's why we have January.
Okay.
Right.
So Scorpio, Sagittarius, and then that NUS is Janus.
No doubt.
Because it's adding mythological creatures in there, which is why you see Pan right below it. So it's perfect.
I should have caught that.
Yeah.
It's great.
Thank you for pointing that out. I never noticed that.
It took me a minute. I'm like, why did it say NUS? It should say Capricorn. But it's using some mythology in there.
Wow.
My bad. But hey, at least we found it out because I was like, what's going on here? It was driving me crazy. I know there was no 13 zodiac wheel, so we solved that thing. But it's a great book, man. That looks awesome. I can't wait to actually check that out, man.
1, 2, 3, 4,
This was fun.
12.
Yeah, man, I enjoyed this. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, man.
This is my first time to really do a real deep dive on my work like this. So
Man, it was deep. You went in. Tell the chat where they can find your
Yeah.
book online?
Well, my website is alexsachon.com.
Yeah, I did put.
And then my podcast is called The Wisdom Tradition. And you can look it up on Spotify or YouTube or whatever. And then I have a Substack called The Wisdom Tradition as well. It's thewisdomtradition.substack.com. I have links to all that on my website if you just go to that.
So not Amazon, but directly from the website.
No, and then all the books are on Amazon.
Oh, perfect. So
Yeah.
we'll put the links in the description.
Cool.
Yeah, and the God Hakim, yo, don't you have something you working on? You for people to get in touch with you?
Yeah, my book will be available this year. Maybe I'll come on the Podcraft for it.
Nice.
It's actually based on a lot of research is based on Manly, the ancient lectures, the annihilation of diversity chapter, dealing with spirit and matter, the human condition. And it'll be out. I haven't decided what I'm gonna name it yet, but I've been working on it since 2018, and so I decided that this would be the year that I finish it up and put it out.
All right, man. Well, tell me about it. We'll link up in Austin if you're around.
Absolutely. Hey, before y'all go, AD, the other mystery you need to figure out,
Yeah.
if you didn't get it, is how is Priest able to write? I need you to leave all that astrological theology out of it. You got eyes. Treat me like I don't know any of that, and I need you to figure that out for me. We need to know.
Man, I'll have to do a deep dive, man, because it's a mystery.
Not for you, buddy. You're a scientist.
I know. All I know is what I see. He's a fast writer, and he's channeling it from somewhere. That's all I can surmise.
Hey, you on the record for that? Okay, great.
Yeah.
Yo,
Thank you.
all right. So we do a section where we do music. So we interview some music. You got
Yeah.
time?
Yeah.
All right. So you too, Hakim? Did he leave already?
No, he's still there.
Oh, okay.
Oh, actually, Knowledge Born just popped in.
All right. So let's go to the music
Song promotion segment.
Yeah, the song promotion segment.
Yeah, we got about 6. So let's go. And action.
Song promotions. You send in your music, we play it live on the show for Killah Priest and the world to hear.
Man, it's starting to stutter. I got to do another version of that. That's smaller file. Okay, let's is this Knowledge Born in the chat here? Knowledge Born in the Zoom? Okay, making room. Okay, let's go. Our first submission is right here by an artist named Lord Olo and Khrist Koopa and Wishbaby. Song is called Dirty Kneez. Beat and video by Khrist Koopa. Let's go. All right, give me a second. I'm gonna bring it on screen. All right, 1 second. Taking it from the top. And not hearing nothing. I'm not tripping.
The evolution of man has turned into the opposite. Duck, duck, goose is how they choose up and run with it. Buck, buck, they all fall down, I see them tumbling. Quarterback, the extra couple cents, they all fumbling. Take the chip off your shoulder, looking for some humbling. These gas prices got these kids' stomach all rumbling. I gotta get mine, and that's just how the cookies crumbling. 2 left feet, they clumsy, I see them stumbling. Throw my clock behind, I'm so ahead of all the foolery. Clinch up when I walk past and tuck your jewelry. Guess who? How I'm pulling cards, they work for you and me. My name is Bob, the way a nigga keep it to with me. I still have my brain, so I don't know what that's all about. Check your footsteps, evaluate what every fall's about. The tail end, you told nothing but a tale then. Put coins on my head, hoping I would catch the tails in.
Love is all I came with, the light and the testament. Using up the old one to roll up this medicine. I'm talking over heads and in the minds, out of space and over time. Give and takes the lows and highs, any way of so inclined. Nigga, not with all that weird shit. How you hear but ain't hear shit. Dark ass crazy outside, they rebuilding it. Them pussy ass kids only safe on the internet. By the time they step back out, they won't remember it or know how to use it, cause it's different. Got you niggas scared of diseases. Man, y'all some bitches out here running from sneezes. How I look, we running from the law. It's just something I inherited. I don't fuck with y'all. It's the Lord, I'm a heretic. Me, myself, and nah, baby, and all of his variants. Pull up to your area like Aryans carrying bacteria. Calling you barbarians is scary, huh? Come on, man. Right. Can't fuck with me ever, huh? I've been thinking too hard, putting years in a day. Really building everything a nigga said I was a. Had help, thank you to everyone who helped on the way. More friends treated me like we was related. That's real shit. Circle so small, we accomplices. Only speak of accomplishments and I get obstinate. Niggas fold for an audience and I ain't selling out. I don't know what you heard about me. What they tell about me? How the tell go about me? Tell them boys stay about the... Yeah.
Damn, how'd you like that?
Yo, fire.
Yeah.
Yeah, the second cat. Word. Both of them was dope. Word. He just went crazy. The piano was haunted the way they was doing it. I like the piano, the video. What you think?
Yeah, dude, I like it. That's it. Reminds me of a lot of stuff I listened to in like high school growing up.
At that school, that old school feel. Yeah. But nah, boom bap. It's not old school. It's just they rhyming. Yeah. That was fire. What's their names again?
That was Lord Olo and Khrist Koopa and Wishbaby.
Keep going. What you think, AD?
I thought it was cool. That's nice. That's a perfect submission for this type of show too.
Yeah.
So they hitting the right audience too because the chat was feeling it.
Yeah.
What's up, Knowledge Born?
Hey,
yeah, that's right.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Y'all had fun with my twin?
Yeah.
Okay. I wanted to make sure. Mr. Alexander, you had fun with my twin. You good to go?
Yeah, man, for sure.
All right. So that's just a little sizzle or a little flash in the pan. You know what I'm saying? So when you and Mr. Ronnie come through, you know, we got something for both of y'all. We could get a little more in depth.
Nice,
in
yeah.
regards to what y'all got going on. You come with your twin, I come with my twin. You know what I'm saying? See my twin.
Oh yeah, Gemini's, yeah.
Man, that's how it works together. You know, Gemini rolls as twins. Shout out to Solo Gems. Yeah, I love this. I love them. You know, I know they've submitted before. It kind of gave me that smooth the hustler, trigger the gambler feel. You see what I'm saying? In the essence of hip hop, where we go back and forth, right? So Styles and Jadakiss type of situation, or Tech is still Smith and Wesson.
Definitely.
You know, that Gemini Sag kind of energy in regards to what it is and authenticity. You see what I mean? So it's like, what AD? They out of Washington? Where?
Yeah, that's Lord Olo. They're from Seattle.
Yeah.
Oh, the one with the mask?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Khrist Koopa.
Yeah, I know they. Yeah, I knew they had out of Washington. Every code 253, man. 253 to 206. So that SeaTac area, that's the hunger over there that still exists. Pacific Northwest.
They got another submission too. You ready for that?
Yeah, that's become a favorite. Yeah.
Let's go. All right, this is Lord Olo, Wishbaby, AJ Suede, and Khrist Koopa with a song called Risk. Here we go. Ooh. It's very woo.
I represent that 1996, born and raised 206, that rainy city shit. Push limits, take the blunt out of the devil's lips. Shoot the hula hoops, how I got it on my hip. I keep my chill, better mind your business. There's repercussion for the witnesses. They hope to get one, they catch me loading, bust off this gun. Hang me from a rope if you can't cope with this one. I ain't never seen nothing friendly, is it demons in me? All the dirty deeds I did when I was way too skinny. I gotta eat, I'm having dreams about when my fridge was empty. Proud now that I get picky, hard not to be stingy, I beg your pardon. Best don't get me started. Thirst never quench, get the punch and somehow get left with the stitch. Catch my drift and get stiff when my index finger itch. Take a big risk when you're trying to frisk.
First off, niggas couldn't fuck with my mistakes. My intake, split gates. R8 at this rate, I flip, shake, slide, shimmy, fake. Make them double take. I don't fuck with reptiles and watch these people hug on snakes. Deceased folks, leave their knees broke when I crisscross. Spin a nigga jersey, can't breathe, I don't miss, dog. My jumper give a nigga high ground, not a quick fall. Hit you with my best shot, and all of that shit. Going batshit, cow pie, ass tit. Way over niggas' lineups. Double backflips, kill beats, tracks get. Suplex, back bend, choke slam, stabbed kicked on some new jack shit. And I still get my halo, it's self-proclaimed. If it all gets worse, you can use my name, because I know I can take it. I could never break Ben, Mr. Fantastic, so miss me with the mystery. Need facts like the culture need blacks. Culture till my cheese smack. Cultivate a mean empire where I be at. And all the folks see that, like where my eyes at. You can visualize, emphasize that. Mr. Big Niggerton, blunt much thicker than cigarettes, Middletons. Middle East, India, the nation. Its whole population, past generations. Ash should have faced it. And I never let my folks down and die on that. But don't forget who gave you the mind for that. And we gon' always go hard, you gon' ride for that. Just believe in the vision, get your eyes correct.
A stitch of time saves none, don't waste time. Clocking into work, no break time. No days off from the rap grind. Anytime it's rap time. Like a bodhisattva, go around the room a couple times. Like a cyclone, typhoon, or a whirlwind. Fools been pussy like me out for a Persian. Company immersion, aiming for the Dow Jones. Breaks through the window, get low, get into the cookies like Nabisco. You don't want beef, you a vegan. Better get some wheat thins. Get yourself a salad, crusty crab went vegan. The one went off with the carbon. Every time I rap, it's like arson. Call Johnny Carson, feeling like Showtime. Called your main bitch and I told her that it's whole time. Came a long way from the cornrows, fro time, gold mine. Put it on the watch just to slow time.
Fro time, gold mine.
Yeah, yeah.
Fro time, gold mine.
Listen, Suede, God, Wishbaby, Lord Olo, Khrist Koopa. The shit is super. Yeah, yeah.
Yo, there's some professionals right here. What you think of that?
That was tight. That definitely took me back to the 90s. And the first dude that was rhyming was like bringing it back to like Delta Funky Homo Sapien. Had that kind of vibe to it. But that whole, I always like a good posse cut too when it's like you just get like different styles on one song. That was tight.
Damn, you know your
Alex,
stuff,
you said
man.
who? What you said?
He knows his stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Let me find out you a hip hop head, okay?
Oh, yeah.
You about to be inducted into the Priest Hall of Fame over here. Podcraft Hall of
He in the
Fame.
right place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What you think, Priest?
I told you. Crazy. Rhymes, the beats, he took everything away. He said it all.
Lit.
Go ahead, that was born.
AD, what area code I said? 253 to what area code? 206?
206?
Yeah.
Fire.
That's the Pacific Northwest is in its position for a reason. So it's above Cali, right? That's the I-5 corridor. The I-5 corridor take you from Washington State through Oregon through California. So there's a connection that goes, and each state is something different, right? Each state is there to itself, but it has the influence of everything that's right there. And then everybody who came, because Washington is a military state. It's a military state on a couple of levels. So all of the influences of everybody who came through the state based off of its location, centrally and pacifically. I ain't saying specific in the Ebonic way, pacifically. So the Asian influence to the urban influence, and then the military influence from people being from all of the places. It influences the sound in a way, but it also is so close to Northern California that it has that Northern California with a bit of LA. You see what I'm saying? So it's all a hodgepodge of sound that's encapsulated in a place where it's not discovered for its music.
Mm.
So it's still untapped potential in regards to what it is. So it has the feel, but that's not a feel that it's known for. It's known for the California feel. But it's so versatile that you could hear it in its various intricacies in that kind of way. So yeah.
Fire.
Definitely dope. Definitely dope.
I like to hear like artists, maintaining the Wu sound too, in a way, so to speak.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Fire. Shout out to them once again. Khrist Koopa, Lord Olo, and Wishbaby, and AJ Suede. We'll have the links to these artists in the description after the show. Let's keep it going. Next up, we got an artist named Khalif, Soldier of Allah, aka Mujahideen. Let's see. The song is called "Gimme the Weed."
Now when I start remembering
Go ahead.
the area code.
Oh yeah, Newark, New Jersey.
Yeah, there we go, AD.
Newark, New Jersey, Brick City,
that
baby.
castle to the side. You done graduated.
I'm learning.
Okay,
I'm learning.
Yeah. There we go.
Here we go. Give me the weed.
Hey yo, pass that shit, man. Pass that shit, man. Give me the weed, yeah. Give me the weed, yeah. Give me the weed, yeah. Give me the weed. 4 and 4. Give me the weed. Khalif. Give me the weed. Give me that shit. Give me the weed. Give me the weed. Give me the weed, yeah. Give me the weed. Give me the weed, yeah. Give me the weed. Give me the weed. Pass the fucking weed. Give me the weed, yeah. Give me the weed. Give me the weed. Give me the weed. Give me the weed. Give me the belly. Give me the belly. Can't you see? Can't you see? Niggas be styling. Look at me, I'm high as a mountain. I'm doing me, so why is you pouting? I feel lost like somebody key stuffed in some couches. Smoke a lot of weed, but I'm good when numbers are counting. Ask the weed man every time I call like I bounces. Smoke a blunt with her, then I make her come like a fountain. Catch a hat like a baseball player after the game. That's a fact, if I creep up on you, won't hear the bang. That's the map with the silencer, please don't be amazed. Off the yak with the cemetery and piss on your grave. Give me the weed, 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 yeah. Give me the weed, yeah. Give me the weed, 4 and 4. Give me the weed, 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 give me that shit, give me the weed, give me that shit, give me the weed, give me that shit, give me the weed, yeah. Give me the weed, 4 and 4. Give me the weed, yeah. Give me the weed, give me the weed, yeah. Give me the weed. Break it down, roll it up. When we done, time to fuck. Grip that ass, then I pump like some gas, but it's runs like a drag, but it's fun. Make you gag off this gun. You wouldn't last with me, son. I'm a blast, better run. Tuck your flag, honey bun. I'm creeping through, tippy toes, bullets smoking like some blunts coming through, ripping clothes. I'm the truth, niggas know. Pass it, boo, rip and blow. Beat that gooks, feel them hoes. Jersey niggas do the most. Ain't about money, let it go. Any, mini, miny, mo. Catch a demon by this toe. If he holler, then I blow. He can't even stop the flow. He ain't even got no stroke. Trust me, he don't want no smoke. Moon rocks, rock and roll, coffin smoke. Give me the weed. Give me the weed. Yeah. Give me the weed. Give me the weed. Give me the weed. Yeah. 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 Give me the weed. 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 Give me that shit. Give me the weed. Give me the weed. Pass that shit. Give me the weed. Legalization, a lot of people are waiting. Wanna be free while I'm baking. It's outrageous. A lot of these relations comparing weed to Satan. I'm no pagan. I just need it when I'm anxious or when my body is aching. Criminalization, all I did was smoke a blunt, so I'm sitting with a rapist. Ain't that dangerous? Or it's cause I'm black. Judge must have been racist. Ain't that dangerous? Other states got illegal. Hypocritical, ain't it? You know you high when it feels like you're in the attic, but really you in the basement. Then they lie, claiming that you're an addict. Motherfuckers be hating. Hand to God, only praise the creator, never praise the creation. Oh my God, I'm gonna put the shit out and puff on this shit later. I'm so high, can't afford to pass out, gotta get more papers. I'm so fly, I don't need no brain, breaking the rules of nature. Give me the weed, 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 give me the weed. 4 and 4, man.
That was good too.
Wow. What you think?
reminds me, just to draw another analogy, it reminds me a little bit of Schoolboy Q. I wonder if is he from Cali, maybe?
He's from Jersey.
Newark, New Jersey.
Wow.
Yeah.
Jersey all day.
Yep, Jersey. That was fire.
Priest likes it.
Yeah, that's fine. My question is that AI?
Yes, sir.
But it looks different now. It's like because the way it was looking.
Well,
like,
we're so used to Ka Zodiac AI.
Yeah, that was like a cartoon. It was like a more cartoonish
Yeah, you can have AI.
The verses were fire.
Yeah.
Talk about only the animation.
Yeah, you can have AI generate 2D style.
Oh, 2D. Okay. Yeah, that was dope. Yeah.
It's interesting to hear such a profound, epic beat with such simple chorus.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Because "Give Me the Weed," it's so basic, but it's presented in such an epic.
Well, the rhyme was about weed.
Yeah. It's cool to see that dynamic in there. It's cool.
Yeah, I like the third verse when he was talking about basically the weed in the prison complex, kind of, and
that type of style.
That was tight.
It's well done. What you think, Knowledge?
Yeah, that's my nephew. You already know. I got a little bit of bias. Not much, but a lot, but a little bit at the same time. You know, that's my nephew. Like he's coming into being, right? And he's anti-AI. You know what I'm saying? So to even see him in this fashion is something different, right?
Damn.
So, you know, you see he got Barack, right? You know, and he got, you know, Trump in this other place. But Priest, you know that leopard, right? That leopard doesn't sleep on the ground. That leopard brings its prey up into the trees, right? You know, my brother Oba, you know, out of Dayo that you met in person, right? Broke that down in regards to what the leopard is versus what the lion, right? So these aspects of him embracing these parts and seeing what they're useful for becomes something that's great. You know what I mean? And he got the party anthem. You know what I'm saying? AD, you know you be spinning like give me, you know, like you know you in the circle with these folks, man. Like give me, like look, stop playing with me. Give me that Reggie, you know, because it ain't great weed. It's just Reggie. So it ain't good. It ain't.
It's a 4-bar progression.
Give me that.
Yeah, so it's there, and it's remember. You know, you remember it. You see what I'm saying? You're not like, oh, okay, what's this whole hook, and it's all super sciencey. It's like, nah. So, AD, him and Crip Jesus on the joint together, you already know, right?
Yeah,
that is crazy. Yeah, that's exactly. I can hear Crip Jesus on it.
Yeah,
for real.
Him. So they have he found a way to master the trap beat and throw in a little bit where he's sprinkling like, all right, you know, cats got sent up for this kind of thing right here. So now it's all good. Everybody out there, you could do this in the public. You see what I'm saying? Like you had to go to the side of the building or somewhere in the cut to do that.
Yeah.
You could do this in the public. You see what I'm saying? So now the same kind of thing becomes something where everybody wants this. You criminalize for this, but now he's bringing it back around to show you this other little aspect. But you bop into the beat and to the hook, so you're not really paying attention. So you're being supplanted in your subconscious, right? So it's like, all right. Now they love, you know, now they love Kanye. Put them all in front of the stove. You know what I'm saying?
and the visuals are really well done, and they did it in a format to go viral because it's vertical. So that's set for TikTok. That's set for you know, stories and stuff like that. Right. It's modern. This is today's 2026 art. All right. Go ahead. Any final words on this one?
Yeah.
Allahu Akbar.
That's it.
That's it.
Okay, let's go. Next up, we've got only 2 more to go.
Okay.
Next is an artist named. Hold on, let me change this right here. Okay, an artist named Frequency God Gsmmove from Grand Rapids, Michigan.
G-Smoothie.
G-Smoothie.
Shout out to G-Smooth. You know, I did a couple of joints with his beats. His beats was crazy.
Nice.
Yeah, Top Phoenix also, the mothership.
Oh, nice. Nice. Mothership. That's fire. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, that's dope.
All right, this is an MP3. Here we go.
Alexander looked like he had some bars over there. Hold up. Yeah, let me find out the guy. He got
Nice and
broke
clean.
something in his head over there. Okay, I see you. I'm watching you over there.
Musician right here. Shout out to the Mosquito. I see you in the building. I saw you, Dave Forrest. DJ Just J, Gemini too. Same day as Solo Gems.
Yeah, we roll as twins, man. We roll together.
Yeah.
All right, what you think about that?
Just banging.
Oh man, yeah,
Banging,
for sure.
banging.
I like to hear what someone would do over that.
Yeah. Gonna hear it soon.
Yeah, give us some couple of bars that you had in your head, Mr. Alexander.
Dude.
Bob in your head. You was
I
rapping.
have zero talent for that. I promise you.
It didn't stop you from rapping, though. I heard you rapping. Am I lying? Am I inferring? Is that a stretch?
Bro,
You
you're inferring. I would never ever try to rap on the mic. I'll tell you that.
I know.
It'd be horrible.
Yeah, you might.
You were in there though.
Yeah.
You were in there. I saw you. You look on.
Greg Kelly in the building. That was fire. What you think?
Fire. I think that was cool. I think it's a good beat. Kind of dreamy.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Perfect for Pisces season.
Yeah, absolutely. We're in Pisces season now, so that's a lot of
we Kill Ripken.
Kill Ripken.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'd be cool.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah.
I can hear that. I can hear a preset joint on that.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Everybody with their different
Kyle voice. Yo, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Gsmmove, they stole the beat. It's a rap, man.
Yeah.
It's
you already know. Send that in. Yeah.
Yeah, I love the warm and the cold currents that clash simultaneously. You know what I'm saying? So the warm currents it sounds like the heart, but it's still hit. Boom. You see what I'm saying? So the warm and the cool currents clashing together. So yeah, I think G did it smooth, man. G did it smooth.
Mm-hmm. All right, our final submission is by Year of the Mosquito, Master of the Universe. From the God Sector.
Yeah, the Mosquito. Hello, Mosquito.
Buzz.
He says, peace to the Podcraft, Royal Priesthood, and peace to the God Sector.
Yeah.
Song is called Karmic.
We got to change the name from Yeah the Priest, though. That song we did.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I got some other names. It is dope, though. They like it.
Okay, here we go. This is Karmic.
Everybody fighting over this religious shit. You understand me? The Christians say Jesus is the messenger. The Muslims say it's Muhammad. I say, who gives a fuck who the messenger is? Did you get the message?
That's crazy.
Okay, 31 reports. So it's not just us. And that's good to hear because that means that's not me. So the whole internet in the building is down apparently. Oh, wait a minute.
It went down. The show was live, but not anyone's still here. Yeah,
Okay.
it must have shut down for them. Oh wait, up there we go.
If you guys can hear us, press 1 in the chat.
Just tell us we're closing out.
We might be back on. I hope we are still back on so we can at least give it a proper goodbye. Okay, we're still streaming here. It looks like we're back on. Hit 1. Okay, cool. Yeah, sorry about that. We had a big old hiccup there. Mercury retrograde. So we're gonna continue the song promotions on the next episode, which is on Sunday.
Yeah, because it's retrograde. So Sunday, okay.
Sunday. We're doing Sundays and Thursdays now. Sundays and Thursdays. Let me go back to the screen. Sundays and Thursdays now, y'all. Sorry we lost Knowledge Born.
Yeah.
But yeah. So sorry about that. Our internet got cut down. We're gonna play that same song again on Sunday, along with Aurora Borealis. We got your submission also. So until then, that's it for song promotion segment. You guys can check the description for the artists. And back to you in the studio, Priest.
Yo, man, that was it. It was great, man. Alexander Sachon. Right?
Sachon.
Yeah, Sachon. I said it right. And I want to thank Knowledge Born. I want to thank Hakim. I want to thank Mitch Horowitz. He always come and he drop it. It was great for y'all, for all of us to meet. For eons. We met before. Yeah. Not in this form, but we doing the same thing. Thank y'all for coming through. And sign up to my Patreon. I've been going live and we're gonna chop it up. It's content on there. There's a lot of content, and we're talking about things like the will within the will, and just stuff y'all like. Wing people, what is that about? And all type of good stuff. Manly Pure, we'll get you on there, and man, we building. So tune in Sunday. We'll be back. We'll play your songs then, like AD said, and I want to say peace.
See y'all next time.
Tonight at 11, police are looking for 2 men considered armed and dangerous.
Just in case you thought the first was a fluke, I converted my verse and it burst into nukes while immersed in the booth. My work is the proof, refute and try reversing the truth. But they can't dispute whatever purpose produced. The verdict computes beyond comprehension. Ain't no honorable mentions and strong intentions. Each sentence in this song will take you through God's dimension. Awaken upon ascension. Every bar is an unflawed invention. So let's stop pretending like we not the mind blown, flown, captivated, masterclass elaborated. And that's a fact, no need exaggerating. It's fascinating how we splash a rapid craft of painting greatness from Abraxas to the path of ancients. My aspirations are vast and surpass the masons with knowledge of master races. The matrix evacuations in places across the galaxy. Tragedy, dark matter and gravity savagely ravage your staff for the blasphemy. Don't ever actually question this. For pessimists, my excellence exceeded the reaches of any precipice known to man. The precedent set by my written testaments overstands the requisite needed to be the best in this. My flow began with interwoven strands of eloquence and threaded with some venomous elements from his eminence. My genesis was generous, they hoping for no end to this. It be the heaven sent God-minded intelligence. You fools irrelevant.
The mic is broken when spoken by 2 veterans, allies with woo elements. The skeleton rides on the horse, no food pestilence. But his sickle bone show to his claw, no cure for medicine. During the devilishment, the beasts in the east come to a settlement, and I'll be out the window of the Sheraton. The heretic, eyes on the president, documents with evidence. RZA got the rocket ship binoculars watching us. Wait. Planet of the Apes, hidden cameras, hit with hammers, bandanas on their face. They trick with answers, slick as panthers, stand up like a snake. Cancer in the lake, AIDS in the sun rays, out of hands to the state. Witch trials on Black Monday, the Sabbath of Abraxas. Open up the nun's grave, doorsteps of the Catholics. The whore dressed in plastic, the fetish, statues headless, Zeus and Atlas, Hercules and Mercury. Circle me and vertically, hold their palms out, I use them as stairs to the spheres. Up a spiral of idols, my idea chandeliers. Took me from the navel, 700 angels placed me in the cradle. Predicted by Nostradamus and Plato. I shine through gross darkness with halos. Explosive comets and volcanoes. The open conscious is the rainbow. The man that works with carpet and the garment spoke by Gabriel. Every bar could be fatal, and every god could be a fable. In 97 you used to charge a label. We took rap far and it's just the prelude. You used to be at bars with the Grey Goose, now it's just jars of basil. The cheese spread it on a large bagel. Jesus died after the year of the trade deuce. 34th, my pen station. My train of thought penetrating underground. When I talk, here come the clown. I'm the source.
If you have any information on their whereabouts tonight, you are urged to call Crime Stoppers. That number is always 1-888-CRIME-SC.